G'day guys, good evening to some, good morning to others, depending on which part of the Eurasian area you're in. So probably the North American people are just about to go to bed, and we may see some of them later. So let's get on with it. Hey, gee, he's off the mark very fast. Hi, Harry. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make the stream, but thought I'd pop in some questions. You're lucky it's not on Restream. It's on StreamYard. It holds everything. If it was Restream, you would have lost a lot. And that's depending on how much, because I did bleed into quite a bit last time. But anyway, that's another point. Now, thanks for oils, entertaining knowledge. Yep. Move on. So what is he asking? Harry, do you think soaked, pressured, cooked brown rice is better than white rice? Well, white rice is better in terms of anti-nutrients. There's more anti-nutrients in brown rice. But in the end, it all turns to sugar. So in the body, so it makes no difference whatsoever in that regard. So I don't know why you need rice in your diet. You can get all the good nutrition in animal foods. Just eat extra animal protein and you'll be fine. But in terms of anti-nutrients, if you're just looking for, I don't know why you would want to switch away from low deuterium fat as an energy to a higher deuterium source of energy in terms of sugar from rice. That doesn't make sense to me. It's not species appropriate. But if you so desire to, you probably maybe not concerned as much about deuterium as I am, then at least don't pack in all the anti-nutrients that are going to do you harm as well and chelate a lot of important minerals. Anyway, move on. In regards to oxalates, what do you think about the reduction of oxalates seen in foods of around 80% after cooking? Do you think this doesn't help much? Thank you. Look, I've always said that raw plants are actually worse than basically cooked stuff. But there's a lot of preparations to improve them. That sort of 80% is a rubbery figure that people talk about. Let me move a bit closer. Here, relaxed. Anyway, sort of sitting back in a reclined position. Anyway, you can't see me, all of me, so be it. I like to run these a bit on the more relaxed way. Now, 80% is probably, I don't know where somebody came up with that. After cooking, they can vary quite a bit, both in their raw and cooked state. So, I don't know who came up with such a figure. Are you actually thinking about oxalates or are you thinking about lectins? Lectins, when cooked, can be reduced. If you've got a high oxalate food, you're not going to get rid of it. It's going to remain, unless you basically cook them quite a bit and you throw away the water, which means you'll be throwing away a whole lot of nutrition with it as well. Not that there's a lot in plants, but you still basically... I can't see the value of it in that regard. So personally, but they do vary in terms. Reducing oxalate is much harder. It's usually bound in the actual fibrous parts. So unless you cook it for quite some time and break down that fibrous material, so you soak it for quite a number of days and then you cook it like in a pressure cooker to really break down the fibrous stuff, and then get rid of all the water. So you'll be getting rid of all the vitamins and minerals out of that food as well. So you're basically just eating sawdust just to avoid the actual oxalates. So I just can't see the logic. It's best to, if you're going to have some plants, which I don't recommend, but if you're going to have some plants for whatever reason you want them, I would be looking at low oxalate plants and less about, whether cooking is going to do anything or this or that to it or whatever else. I can't see the logic in wasting all that energy. Yes. What do you think about the study about vegans have been talking about this 1,000-year-old stool that found, and it supposedly shows an individual ate 100 grams of fiber a day? No, that's bullshit. It's actually a load of bullshit. Because first of all, they found concentrations of fecal matter at some location. But the reality is, we don't know, is it from one person, multiple people? Is it basically, has it been spread by animals? Dogs, they did have dogs a couple of thousand years ago that they were domesticated, and they do eat shit. And we don't know whether basically, the sources exactly. So the data's confused. When it comes to shit, it is irrelevant. It's so confounded and so impossible to know exactly how many people contributed to that stool, how much it's one single person, how much it was a common area where everybody shitted, and so it's a concentration, and it was just a small amount that ended up in their diet. We have no idea. It's so confounded. All we've got to go in, something that is hard-coded. You have to, when you look at archaeology, you can only look at hard end points. At stuff that is rubbery is irrelevant. So how do archaeologists know that somebody basically ate grains at a certain point? They look at basically they can see a skull in one location, a skull in another location. They can go, that's a paleo person, that's an agriculturalist. And they can actually see basically certain, marks on their cranium actually showing iron deficiency or certain deficiencies or certain basically malformations or certain types of, pronounced deficiencies, whether it's calcium or other mineral deficiencies in the bones. They can see that, and they can do the N15 data and actually see what the collagen source is, what the protein source is. And so we know that when early agriculturalists started switching to these sort of diets, they actually show quite clear marks. When we look at the populations and the N15 data, when we come across the N15 data, we don't see that. We don't see a high plant eating. Now, that fiber could come from nuts. And we know that, like the Samburu people, they consume shitloads of protein, mostly coming from animals. But they do also consume these nuts, which are like a bit like macadamia nuts. They do have quite a bit of, they have a bit of fiber in them, plus they have a lot of fat. They're like the macadamia nuts. So it may be coming from those sort of sources rather than basically from a plant. So we don't know what the fiber, because it's just in a stool after thousands of years. We don't know what exactly plant it is. All we do is we know that it's a fiber of some sort. So this sort of stuff is just nonsense. It's just the grasping at straws. Just because you find a bit of fiber in somebody's shit, it doesn't basically tell you anything. At the end of the day, you need hard points. Hard points are, what do the skeletal remains indicate? The diet was predominantly. That's all we can go on. We can't go on anything else. Just because, just think of us. We cheat occasionally. We're carnivores generally, but some of us cheat occasionally. Now, if somebody was to basically check my shit after thousands and thousands of years, they would say, oh, this guy is a carnivore. That's wrong. Just because I had a cheat day, I mean, it's irrelevant. But if you're looking at my bones, you would see if I was a carnivore for a number of decades, multiple decades, eating a highly carnivorous diet, my N15 would be very high and my N14 would be very low, which basically would indicate that I may have some plants now and then in my diet, but it's just an extreme rarity. That's definitive. Stools, who knows? It's too confounded, that data. It's just basically the grasping at straws and then making up a lot of shit just because they found a bit of fiber in a bit of, even 100 grams. 100 gram equivalent, what would that? Even if that was basically, let's say 100 grams of carbohydrates, you got 400, even if it had a lot of starch in it, you're still looking at 400, what? Which if it's 100 grams of fiber, you would be, it would be a horrendous amount of starch in equivalent. I'm not going to do the calculations, but you know what I mean. It's illogical. It's completely illogical. I mean, modern vegans wouldn't eat that amount. To get that amount of fiber is literally impossible. And if you take a look at tribal people, what do? They sit around pounding these tapioca trees or stuff like plants or whatever, and they try to break down all the fiber because they know it's damaging to the body. So, yeah, it's just people making up shit, literally making up shit a long time ago, and others even making up more shit in the modern world. So, yeah, it's crap. As a guarantee, always go back to square one. And square one is, what do the bones reveal in terms of the diet? That's hard point. You can't deny collagen protein source. That tells you how much of specific types of foods we consumed. And we know the hard points are quite clear. All these other things are irrelevant. We know towards the end, the Neanderthals, basically, that got into the Iberian Peninsula before they were wiped out. The mega beasts have vanished. There were no mega beasts. The food supply had diminished. The competition between other hominins had intensified, especially with the Homo sapiens sapiens. And they were pushed into an isolated corner of Europe with not a lot of access to a lot of animal foods, and they started eating some acorns and a lot of other things, trying to survive through these starvation foods. And what happened? Their teeth were severely damaged compared to other Neanderthals. So we know quite clear that when you start switching to a plant-based diet, you start to get massive decay of teeth, and that probably accelerated their reproductive success, and as a consequence, probably accelerated their demise in the end. So, veg tarts don't know what they're talking about. Crap. Exactly, Dom. People think it's fibrous and it can basically stay, house in a stool for 1,000 years. It basically has no nutrition whatsoever. It passes through you and it actually just does damage. The more it's cooked, the more it weakens those sort of the sharpness to it. Raw fibrous food have got like little hooks. If you look at them under an electron microscope, and they literally tear into your gut lining. Not a very good thing. And we know that, we've seen the studies. Paul Mason showed that really good study where you take out all the fiber and all the symptoms of gut problems go away. So, yes. Anyway, let's move on. In regards to dairy, is all of your raw, yours, it means yours, raw, or do you sometimes have conventional cheese or milk? Sometimes I have conventional cheese, but not milk. Occasionally at work, if I have to have a coffee, yeah, they'll be conventional in that regard. At the end of the day, what it loses is lactoferrin, enzymes, and a couple of other nutrients. But in terms of the macro, at the end of the day, it's still animal-based macros. As long as it's full cream, it's not going to have as much sugar. And as long as you don't overdo it, it's not going to really be a problem in my book. So I don't see an issue of it. I mean, people worry too much about conventional cheeses. Obviously, if they've got seed oils and they're very adulterated, and they've got a whole lot of a raft of chemicals, obviously I wouldn't touch that shit. But if it's just basically using pasteurized, if that's what you mean, I sometimes have pasteurized sauces. That's true. So I don't have a problem with that. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. So in terms of some of the nutrients and some of the peptides and all that are lost due to the pasteurization, lactoferrin being one of the big ones that basically is really important. Anyway, Richard, and what are your thoughts on Black Oak brand of glasses? They have a blue light blocker for daytime and red night. And do you have a brand you recommend, and do they actually help? I don't like recommending anybody's brands, or I'll tell you what I bought. I don't sit there telling people what to purchase, so to speak. I'll put this on the screen for others to see. In that regard, share. So this is the brand that he's actually talking about. That's AG's brand, and I haven't looked into them, so I don't know enough about them. So I'd have to look in based on their information. This is the brand that I basically do get rid of that. Can go under Canada, Europe, Australia, different currency types, and they do have their different websites. And there's the Roy glasses. They're sold out. They had a sale. Damn. See, I told you. They're classy. They sell well. Anyway, it is a pricey brand. Don't get me wrong. There's the New Zealand, there's the UK site, which cater for also for Europe. And at the bottom there, so that's the company that I actually got through. I'm not recommending anything. People can go and do their own research. They provide information like on those. They provide the Roy glasses. They give you the science, how much, what's blocked and what isn't, blah, blah, blah. You can see. the red ones, which are for late evening. Which I haven't bothered because I've basically got red lights. I use red lights, so I wear these in red lights, and so and I usually take these off when I'm using the red lights in the evening. So I don't really bother with the glasses because I've put bulbs throughout the house. If I hadn't put bulbs, maybe I would have. And where are the red ones? So these are the sort of bulbs and stuff like that they've got. So they're pricey, you know. So that's in other rooms. And this one, and you can get them in all sorts of things. Screw on. You can get them in the bayonet form as well. So and yeah, that sort of stuff. It's really up to you what you really want. You know, that's what I bought. And they do have the proper. They cover those sort of spectrums that I'm happy with. So, and for me financially, it's not a burden, but there may be for others. But that's what I bought because really, I know it's a research brand. They've actually done the research. With the other brands, they're claiming something, but they can't back it with research. So I don't know. I can't review something if they don't provide me with sort of the evidence, independent evidence. They've got somebody out there actually looking at their glasses and looking how much. Yeah. I think there's some sort of technique. Somebody actually mentioned it ages ago about that you can actually shine, you know, a regular thing. And if basically you get anything coming through, you know that basically that the glasses don't actually cover that photonic frequency. So that's another method. But I haven't experimented with other glasses, so I don't know. Wakey Toaster, good to see you. Have you seen the amazing new study? Mick Hench coming over. Guess what is a trash study? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Basically, I bet it's an epidemiology study because that's the sort of shit they use. It's a waste of time. Probably Bart because he loves giving both Hench and Mick a bit of a spanking. So him and Ted will go full tong on these two charlatans, the goons. So yeah, just expect something like that to happen in the not too distant future. You are early again. Same smug. Some smug, I mean. God, same. Confusing me. People get proper names. Dom, a person with a proper name, like myself. Hi, everyone. Have a full fridge of meat ready. Ah, God, sounds fantastic. I actually had... I've got... Now, how many have I got now? About 16 sausages of different varieties. And so they're real big sausages, some Italian ones with with a sort of it's got a fennel in it, and there's another one with sort of a Greek style, which has got some other herbs or oregano and stuff like that. There's another one that I've got, which is basically a beef spicy one, and there's another one. There's the pork one, which is with rosemary in it. So yes, quite. And they all, with the intestine, that butchers, West Hobart butchers, that do them in that traditional way. So I've got four of, which is about 120. It's nearly 500 grams per serving, or God, brain. Bit over a pound, isn't it? Oops. The calculation's wrong there, didn't I? 1.1 pounds, or about a pound. Yes. So, and I got some about 12. So 3 big servings. They're about 125 each, so about a 500 or a bit over 500. They tend to be a bit. So I've got of nice burgers, beef burgers. So, and they're quite spicy as well. So I've got quite a few of those. So fuck, I'm going to be pigging out on sausages, and I probably won't overdo it. I will go on. I had some pork today, but I probably won't overdo it with the sausages and all that. I'll spread them out between this week and the next week. And the burgers, I'll probably have 2 sessions. I do love burgers. So, yes, so they'll be nice burger patties, and probably put a bit of cheese on top, and yes, and probably throw a fried egg on top of that. And yes. And I just ate, and I'm starting to make myself hungry. See what you do, Dom, to me. See what you do. Bloody God, Irish magic it must be. Never know how long his live stream is going to take. Need to be prepared. It's not that bad. I'll have to cut it short today, just to be annoying to those who had all anticipated. They got their big spread out, ready to go, and going, this is going to be a long session, and then it's a short session. Oh fuck. Roy can be that sort of guy. He'll be on here in about half an hour, and yes, he'll sort you boys out. Trust me. G'day, mate. Festius Dizzy. Hi, Harry. How much protein is considered too much? Is it safe to eat as much as I want to satiety? Yeah, pretty much to satiety. I mean, let me give you an example. The study, which was copyrighted, so we couldn't actually show it on the screen, but on a chat that I had with Bart ages ago, the Samburu Bushmen of the Kalahari were consuming around 3.92 grams of kilo of body weight. So, trying to think now. It's about that, wasn't it? So on average, it was roughly, some of them, not all of them, but some of them were consuming as high as that on average. The sort of the tribal average, I think, was slightly below that, which is about around about 200 grams for a person who was, it was actually slightly more than around about 200 grams anyway. Let's just roughly say it, for a person who's 70 kilos, which is equivalent to 154 pounds. So somebody 154 pounds or 70 kilos was consuming approximately 200 grams of protein, and others were doing even higher than that. So there were a number of in the tribe that were doing higher, and the highest number I think was about, from memory, 3.92 or 8. I think it was 9.2. It was nearly 4 grams per kilo of body weight. So they were doing shitloads in that regard, which, if you, because that's so 2 divided by, yeah, they were doing shitloads anyway. Some of them, but remember, you could actually feed a rat up to 70% of its dietary calories of protein. You won't engage the Randall cycle because basically without sugar and fat being combined in there, you cannot increase the insulin to glucagon between 1.3. So it doesn't really matter how much protein. Peristalsis will, obviously your gut motility will slow down. And as it slows down, you'll be able to basically absorb that over a much longer period of time. And they noticed that with the rats. So, and they just became bigger, beautiful fur, and bigger kidneys to deal with the extra protein, which is actually a good thing because most kidney diseases are characterized of shrunken and nephrotically damaged kidneys. Protein does the complete opposite. It builds bigger kidneys and healthy bigger kidneys. So as long as you're not putting sugar in there and causing problems with the nephrons, you really don't have a problem with the extra protein. What's the absolute? Listen to your body. Your body will tell you. Different people have different requirements. They do vary. Genetics, muscle, activity. I eat protein, and if I basically, get to the stage where I go, I don't need any more, I just stop and put it away, and it'll end up as leftovers to have another day with other foods. So don't shove it down deliberately just because you want to make some magical number. Eat to satiety, how much you want, basically. Listen to your body, basically, is what I'm telling you. It's going to be different. Other people, I know some people get on the carnivore diet and actually require shitloads and eat and really feel ravenous because they're protein deficient, and they may have some sort of sarcopenia, osteoporosis, and stuff like that. And the body will suck up all that protein, will demand more because it can utilize it to basically build and repair a lot of tissue. So your requirements may go up if you've basically have to been depriving yourself for some time. So it may be you have higher needs. Listen to your body. It'll tell you when you don't feel like anymore or feel like more. Because I've noticed that with some people that have basically come off, a sort of a standard diet where they consume quite a bit of protein. They've gone to a carnivore diet and they just basically eat slightly a bit more, but not much more, because they don't really need as much. And they don't have weak bones, weak tissue, anything like that. And there are others that are basically have deprived themselves of a lot of protein for years, and their tissue basically is really, osteopenic, osteoporotic, and it will literally, once they start getting into meat, their body will say, I love this stuff. I need more, please, and so they will consume more. So I think it's the best thing is to just listen to the body, listen to the fucking body. It's simple as that. How much? So I did not see those rats actually, they force fed them shitloads and shitloads of protein. And all they did was become bigger and bigger fucking rats, and bigger bodies and more muscular, and they were ripped. and they had muscles like no other fucking rat in the world. So they were like uber rats. I'm not claiming you'll become an uber human. All I'm claiming is that listen to your body and you'll get there. Or wherever it is. Hello, Roy fans. Oh, fuck off. That joker. Oh, Dom. Oh, my nice friendly Irish, three-leaf clover. How are you, mate? Had a barbecue the other day and blackened the sausages badly. Oh, if I've been cooking meat over 1 million years, can our bodies deal with burnt meat? Yes, they can. Does it apply to the preservatives in the sauce? Probably not. Nope. Yeah. Uncle Harry will say no. If the government destroys the economy and meat is gone, what starvation foods would you prefer to survive on? I'd get a gun and I'd be out there in the bush killing anything I could find. So yes, that's the sort of food that I would be basically looking at. I don't think kangaroos or wallabies are going to go extinct, or certain other animals are going to go extinct. Going to be plenty of those out there that can still be hunted and eaten, as long as they don't take our guns away. That's a different thing altogether. But I don't see it happening, basically. I mean, we've had world wars and great calamities and bubonic and plagues and all sorts of things, and meat has not vanished off the face of the earth and anything like that. So, nope, it's not going to happen. Let me just say that. But hypothetically, in an un-unicorn world, universe, I would probably looking at, they'd still be probably producing protein powders, and you'd be probably looking at some types of, combining that with some sort of crustaceans. So you'd go around the actual, you'd actually relocate to a seaside area to be able to access some crustaceans and all that for your minerals and omega-3s and some things like that. So yes, it'd be a very hard thing. Let's put it that way. I definitely wouldn't be eating the chemical crap, slop that they develop currently, because it's just full of seed oils and refined crap, which will kill you very, in the not too distant future if you continue doing that on a daily basis. But that's a hard one. What is there in the supermarkets? It's not bloody much, let's put it that way. Once you take out the meat, there's some tubers and stuff like that, and there's not much nutrition in those. You can get a bit of energy, that's about it, but you can't live on energy forever. You still need cofactors. You still need, I'd definitely be using vitamins and minerals, a lot of those sort of things to combine with the crappy food, whatever it was, because, depending on what was available. So you'd have to try and make up depending on what was around it, but that's a very hard one to actually know how to deal with. I'd be definitely, when it comes to minerals, there's a lot in beans and stuff like that. And what I'd be doing is I'd be basically doing what my father does, but in a greater amount, is breaking them down. And I'd try and get basically things like supplements, literally stack up on lactoferrin supplements so I can deal with all the lectins. So I don't know how long you could actually last on all that sort of stuff or how you deal with it. It'd be fucking hard, I can tell you. I've never actually thought about it. But I don't think our world is going to go that bad. You know, my concern is that meat and animal products will. Nah, it's just nah, it's not. It's not, mate. DJ Projectus. Nah, my hair hasn't changed. It's the same thing that it was actually. Take a look at the earlier video. It hasn't changed. Even if you go back and look at some of my past videos, it's exactly the same. I do have the sensitivity to. I do go out quite a bit. The only time I didn't actually, my hair was darker is when I avoided the sun. And that's, again, because of the, you know, my hair was quite dark then. And the moment I started getting back out in the sun, because I've got the genetics, my hair literally starts graying in certain parts more than others. So, nah, it's definitely not. It's only in the daytime because the sun here is quite low and it comes through the window and I'm close to the window. And so what happens is, you know, the light hits my hair and actually makes it look lighter, you know, and you think it's grayer, but it's not. You know, the real grayness is you can actually see it, you know, so you can see grayness here. You know, that's where the real grayness, and on the sides, a bit in between, a few bits here or there. That's the real grayness. But when it shines through in the daytime, it basically goes right through my hair and does that. So that's the only reason, you know, so if you want to know why, that's the reason. Yes, it's not the big concern of mine. Anyway, g'day, Bjorn. Oh, Dave, mate. Good to see you here. And all salad dodgers. Yes, there's plenty of them here. Oh. They can't run fast. Alex has changed his name, I noticed. I did actually reply to one of your comments. And I did give you a heart because, yes, made a good point. Exactly. One shit makes no vegan. Exactly. 1,000-year-old stool is a poor man's stool. Yeah, exactly. It's just the crap that these people come up with, literally crap that they come up with, is just laughable. You know, what can you say about that bunch of cockwombles? And that's care of our dear friend Ted on the Bart K Show. Yes. Definitely. All good. Just ate some chicken wings for breakfast. Wings in the air fryer. Sounds good. Actually, I actually really like chicken wings. I actually like, you know, like the little wings. Even when I get a chook, I actually snap off that part. Oops, let me just get G-Day projectors showing. And so many bloody moderators out there, nobody's actually doing anything. Just wanted to make that call on how many. Do I have to do everything? And yeah, I just like munching through them because their bones are really soft and all that. Really nice and crunchy. And when you're a carnivore and you've got strong teeth, good enamel, you can just literally munch right through them anyway. If you're basically a vegan, your teeth would probably break and drop out. Yes, such a healthy diet. Yep. G'day, Christina. Just wanted to let you know the protocol you sent is really great, Harry. Okay. I'm happy that it's working for you. Oops, I just lost my spot. What just happened? Hold on. God, I love StreamYard. Such an easy... That's one thing I like about Restream. It actually moves. It doesn't just jump. And I lose my spot. It's got other idiosyncrasies that I don't really, sort of. But anyway, it's got a few wokey little things as well. It's a few annoying things, but they've really got the streaming of the actual comments, working properly. It's annoying. But anyway, let's move on. And you're welcome. Homo sapiens, the apex predator, hunting animals to extinction for millennia. Exactly. Well, we're too good, unfortunately. Then we had to go to the kibble to survive until we came up with some domesticated animals. And now, in the last couple of decades, we've been trying to make them leaner. Oh, God. For thousands of years, we tried to make animals more fatter, so we could actually replicate the original ancestral type hunting animals. And what do? In the last couple of decades, we have tried to reverse that completely and make them lean. How friggin' crazy is that? Anyway, it's madness. Actually, it reminds me I have to do a video on that as well. One of the stupid vegan arguments on leanness of... Yes, paleo animals, yes. Need to do that. That's another one of the bullshit things that they come up with. Whose name? G'day, Sonia. Good to see you. Yes. Hi, neighbour. G'day, Tom. Good to have somebody from the Czech Republic. How are things there? Now, I did actually put that up before. That was the AG brand. And was trying to cut down my steak frying time. Too much cleaning, bench stoves. Thought I would pre-cook and then just torch them to finish. Thoughts? Yeah, my father does that. I do it. Look, I have to say I do it occasionally as well. Yes, Dad does bulk stuff, and what he does is just reheat them in that regard. So I occasionally do that myself. It depends how I feel. Most of the times, if I'm going to work, I will cook it at home, let it cool down, and once it's cooled down, put it in the fridge, and then put it in a container the next day and take it to work, warm it up. So I'll put it on a plate, something ceramic or glass, and warm it up, and then basically have it. And so it's pretty much what I usually do. Maybe a bit of cheese. I may have something like that most of the time, but it saves time pre-cooking. Just don't overcook it. I usually tend to undercook it, and so when you warm it up, it's going to cook a bit. So you'll end up, if you undercook it, then you'll at least go to rare or medium rare when you reheat it. So that's a sort of what I do. Oh, thanks, Alex. That's nice and pretty. Hit the like button. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, and the nice thing is now you're starting to get air fryers that actually are, you want the stainless steel ones. Before you had to pay like $400-500 for the stainless steel. Now they're coming down to $170 odd dollars. So they're below $200 now, the stainless steel ones. And that's the type you want, because all the other ones got plastics, xenoestrogens. You don't want that stuff in your food. So you want basically the actual ones that are fully stainless steel inside, and all the actual components and trays are all stainless steel. So that's what you want to get. The cheapest one I actually saw, I think, was around the $150 mark. I know there was a $170 mark at Target. I think it was a Target. I think it was Target. So there's in Australia. So there's a few places that will actually, there's Australian dollars as well. I don't know what it's in other countries, but I have seen online even close to $100 US or less. So you want the stainless steel because you don't want the xenoestrogens. So always keep that in mind when you buy anything that heats. Air fry your meat straight frozen from the fridge. Yeah, you can do that. That's true as well. So, but at the same time, it's a question of whether you've got that capacity at work. So if you're working from home, so that's going to be, because now that I'm setting up my sort of to work from home, it's not going to be really an issue. So I'll be back at it. What my father does, he actually cooks like on one day of the week. So he'll cook all his food. So he'll start early in the morning, right through cooking the whole day, doing his garden, coming in, playing with a cat, doing that sort of stuff. And then, yes, the cat's still here. And then basically after he's done all that sort of stuff, he basically then lets it cool down and then packages it and puts it away in the fridge, so it's in the deep fridge, and when he wants something, he just takes it out and warms it up. So he says, I just have to exhaust myself one day of the week, and then for the rest of the week, I just basically warm it up. Much easier. And I go, whatever works for you, Dad. But yeah, it's... Even though some people may say, oh, it's an old man's type of thing or an old person's type of thing. In my book, you know what? I've started doing it now, and I don't consider myself old. I'm in my mid-50s, but I'm not old. But it's saving of time. It's probably one thing I love about the carnivore diet. It's you don't have to think so much. It's easy. You go, okay, I'm going to have steak or all that. I mean, tomorrow, it's a public holiday, and I've basically got myself some, that beautiful bacon. Yes, that beautiful, beautiful bacon. I'll just show you. Hold on. That's the stuff that I get. It's basically from, you can, hold on. Oops. No, I'm not aligning it properly. No, get it right out. Yeah. The Signet Butchers. So it's in the southern part of southern Tasmania. Signet. It's a well-known place. and what's that, about 410 grams. I'm going to have cheese with that and a few other things. So Signet Butchery down there. It's smoked, it's smoked bacon. Oops, nearly knocked the water over. I mean, that stuff you can even eat raw. So I'm going to be enjoying that tomorrow, I can tell you. So I'm looking forward to that. So now Dom's hungry. Sorry, Dom. Dominique, mate. Yes, that is really nice. And that bacon is so bloody nice. And I don't overcook it. I just cook it just lightly and all that, and it is really bloody nice because the smoke flavor, I don't want to overcook it because I still want to maintain that smoked flavor, and it's really nice. Oh, God, I look forward to that. I usually just buy a whole block like that. I'll put it in the oven on trays, on a couple of trays. I'm actually using my old pizza trays. I know. They might as well get some use. And I just lay the bacon on the pizza trays and I just put it in there and just use those. Yeah, I used to make pizzas for my friends, and yeah, I know the shit that we used to make, but I've still got them. I won't throw them out. I might as well use them. I did make once a carnivore pizza with a lot of cheese and all that, but I can tell you, it was really hard eating it because you end up with so much protein. You can only have a couple of pieces. I couldn't even get through the whole, only half of it. The rest I just put in the fridge, had it the next couple of days later. So I did have one piece the next day, and then the rest I just had over a couple of other days. But it was. I just found it's just too much. There may be another way of doing it, which is a bit better. But anyway, that was my first try at it. Wasn't too bad, but yes. So that's how I usually own. I really enjoy doing that like that and maintaining that flavor. But if I need to smoke anything, I just take it around to my mate's place. Oh, very good. Yeah, 1 minute. Oh, these guys are on the. You want to get rid of me, don't you? That's all I can say. Goodbye to yous. G'day, lads. Yes, it's Roy time. Yes, mate. It's entertainment time. Let's get on with it. Basically intensifies. Yes, I like intensity. So suggesting I get ducted air fryer, Alex. Ducted. Oh, God. I can think of other rude things to do, but anyway, I won't go into that. I'll be nice to you. I have a Ninja pressure cooker air fryer. It's really good. I'm glad you're finding it good, Bjorn. I was watching Harry's video about fish, and I'm wondering whether canned fish like tuna, sardines are okay, or should I go for fresh or frozen? I usually go for fresh or snap frozen. So when they catch it on the ships, they snap freeze it. And so basically it's just the moment you thaw it and cook it, you're pretty much talking about something that hasn't really deteriorated. I have canned sardines. I used to, but it's just like the occasional time in that regard. Yeah, I'm not as keen on canned stuff anymore. Let's put it that way. I did buy some when we had the lockdown, just in case we got locked down, and I've ended up with a whole lot of them. And occasionally I have one here or there, and I'm just hoping that I'll finish them in time before the use by date takes place. But personally, I prefer fresh, and I prefer snap frozen as well. So if it's coming from another part of the world, especially from the southern oceans, which are cleaner, snap frozen. I don't know what, like in Czech, the Czech Republic, what the conditions are like there, Tom, in terms of the quality of the water, the waterways and all that. So where do you source your fish locally, if that's, like the river fish and all that? I know from where my father comes from, the mountainous areas, the water there is really crystal clear. It's there's not a lot of people around, and it's just very high quality. So whatever comes out of that is of no concern whatsoever. There's, but when it comes to that up there, they don't even allow actually, like feces and anything like that. It's nothing gets piped into the lake or the river. So, which is really good in that regard. So, yeah, it would all depend on the circumstances. If you've seen that, and I suspect the one you're talking about, the one that I did about mercury, about selenide, how important it is to sort of make sure that it has sufficient selenide in terms of dealing with mercury and heavy metals and stuff like that. That's the other side, the other coin of which fish to pick in that regard. So, yeah, well done in that regard. So, yeah, I would say try to minimize, and especially the worst ones would be the ones with oils in them. So if you're going to have any canned stuff, make sure that it's spring water and nothing else. Those oils will become rancid. I don't care what sort of oil, even if it's olive oil, it's going to be low quality olive oil with probably mixed other stuff in there. You can't trust them. So I wouldn't trust most brands. And if you're going to have anything for storage purposes, or if you're going to go away somewhere and it's really hard to get fresh fish and you want to bring some fish along with you, make sure they're in spring water. You definitely do not want them with oils in that regard. So that's about it. The key points. And also the other point is the day, the time that some brands will actually tell you when it was actually caught. They are better, because at least then you know that it was recently caught and canned, and it's not, like being caught and canned for a long period of time and the fatty acids have deteriorated. The key thing is not so much the fatty acids, it's actually the loss of astaxanthin. So fish, as you know, I've probably talked about in the past, have astaxanthin around that middle part, that red part. That's a potent antioxidant, or an electron donor for in terms of biochemistry. And what it does is it basically refreshes those fatty acids and reduces the oxidation, aldehydes, and other potential risk oxidative byproducts that can actually happen after things degrade and break down and all that. So the longer something is canned, the less astaxanthin it will have. It will break down, and as it breaks down, the less, you could say, protectiveness will be available for you to deal with any rancidity that may have emerged within those fatty acids. So it's canned stuff. Yeah, try and look for stuff on the date when it actually specifies the date of canning. Very important. If it's only a couple of months, it's probably still got enough astaxanthin. If it's like 6-7 months, probably give it a miss. So I try to keep it as close as possible to when it was canned, if I'm going to use any of those for special occasions like COVID and lockdown and not knowing whether you'll be able to access supermarkets. So I bought a lot of canned fish in non-oils, may I say. Yes, some of those shells which had the non-oily ones, the spring water ones, were emptied by yours truly. Anyway, smoke them out. Smoked fish also is a very good way of also preserving. No smoke problems with my Ninja. Nothing like a Ninja. G'day, zombie. Richard, he only paid $300 for that. I cook bacon rashers in Ireland in the fryer. Use tin foil so that they don't need to clean up afterwards. Bacon turns out amazing. Yeah, I've never done the air frying option. My mate keeps on telling me, or my brother, to be more precise, keeps on telling me I should buy one. And yeah, I may have to just go and actually get one and give it a try. So does it actually? Oh yeah, look, I'll have to just buy one and give it a try. And if I don't like it, I'll give it to Dad. Here you go, Dad. Here's your new air fryer. I've done that before with Dad. So when something I don't like it, I just pass it on. Hand me down. I actually got rid of a whole lot of devices that I hadn't used at all. I bought them and then said, I don't really need these. And so when I was cleaning out the room, and so yes, there was even a spiral one there for creating. That was for my keto days. It was one of those spiral things that actually create like spiral spaghetti from zucchini spaghetti or whatever. I even had one of those and I gave that away as well. So yes, and that hadn't been even opened. So yes. So I usually will buy stuff here and there, one or two. I'll check it out a couple of times, and if I don't like it, it's given away. It doesn't get a lot of use. I just keep things that I like the results and I like the taste and what happens to it. So I'm a bit particular that way. Some people may say that's throwing away money, but at the end of the day, I worked for it, so I can do whatever I like with it. Hi, Harry. Nowadays, g'day, Tero. Good to see you. After becoming more and more carnivorous, 2 glasses of wine is too much for me. Oh, poor thing. I can't tolerate alcohol anymore at all. I wonder why. No hack for that, or do I just have to skip it? Look, basically, you are in a sort of a low ketotic state. It's like being in keto. Carnivore is in a low ketotic state. And what happens is when you do, your body's actually got a whole lot of you're upregulating a whole lot of enzymes to deal with animal foods that you're consuming. And so when you occasionally have this sort of stuff, this poison called alcohol, the other one's sugar. That's why the body prioritizes alcohol before sugar. You would think, based on, that alcohol should be our primary fuel, since it does get prioritized by the body first. It's just the most important toxin to get rid of. That's the only reason where when it comes to fat, it can just store it in the adipose tissue very safely. So getting back to your concerns, it is an issue of you don't drink it, you'll downregulate certain enzymes. And so when you actually hit your body with a whole lot of that sort of stuff, your body's going to go, what the fuck just happened? Yes. So it's like anything, tolerance. It's smoking is a tolerance, alcohol is a tolerance, everything is a tolerance. So when you first do it, you go, ugh, your body goes, what the fuck? Yes. It's even when you basically haven't smoked for years and then you try and smoke, you may get a bit of a cough and stuff like that. Why? Because you don't have the tolerance anymore that you used to. So the body actually gets into a sort of a tolerance state and can deal with certain things. If you were drinking every day, you would end up having a bit of a better tolerance because you'd actually have certain enzymes which would be made available to deal with it. Also, if you want to, I think I've mentioned this hack before, high dosing on B complex, two tablets before alcohol and 2 tablets after alcohol, because alcohol does bleed through massively amounts. The other thing is you need to export that alcohol as fat as fast as possible. So what's the important nutrient that you need to export fat out of the liver? Oh, choline. Now, you can eat a couple of eggs before you go out, or you can basically take a choline supplement that will basically help with that. Some of the fibrotic damage that alcohol does and stuff like that, what actually deals with that? Taurine. You can take a bit of that, but that you can take it any time. You don't have to take it at the time of the alcohol consumption. The key ones are the B vitamins and the choline. So they usually are the ones that deal with this sort of stuff. And you because you bleed through a lot of B vitamins when you're dealing with alcohol metabolism. So yes, raw liver before and after alcohol consumption. Well, it does have B vitamins, quite a few of them. So you could do that as well, but it's up to you what you want to do. So yeah, you do bleed through. Now, if you're trying to get high, like getting drunk or actually feeling, if you have too many B vitamins, you may find it much harder. You may have to drink more in order to get drunk. So that's a downside by having too much. So you may want to get drunk by having only one, and then basically having 2 after to deal with the consequences, and a bit of water as well. Yes. I shouldn't be telling you this stuff, should I? Yeah, anyway. Let's move on. Bloody bunch of alcoholics turn up asking for advice. Harry would say, only that fucking Roy would give you advice how to deal with your addiction. You're full. How can people eat those levels of protein? Fuck, there's no protein in that. I mean, what is it? You've had 2.5 times 25, which is approximately, different cuts of meat have a bit more or a bit less, but let's say that's 62 and a half grams of protein. God, man, that's nothing. I'm basically at least doing 160 grams easy, So if you divide that by 25, we're talking about a 600 gram steak. I mean, I don't get off I usually have about a pound of meat easily every day in one sitting. And I'll have a bit of cheese as well with that, which is probably another, and most of the cheese is around about 27 on average grams as well. So 100 grams of that. So, 500, 5 times 25, 125 plus 27, 152. And that's just one meal. That's just one meal, big fucking juicy steak plus a bit of cheese as well, let alone I have another meat snack. So I'm always getting about, in terms of protein, glass of milk as well, that's got a bit of protein as well. Yeah, I very easily get up to the sort of 200 mark. No, not a problem whatsoever. What are you doing, Dom? Your bones need it. Those enzymes are starving to be transcripted, saying, where's my protein? Yep, that's exactly what it is, and I eat more than that. I mean, that there, that just the bacon, I'm going to have that. That's going to be one meal. And, you know, I mean, even bacon's got pretty good profile of protein. Trying to remember. Once you cook it, you actually lose a lot of the fat. So with 100 grams, put that up. Share that, and share it. Oh, fuck off, Amazon. Yes, we know it's got a whole lot of B vitamins, especially B1. And as you can see, why do they put the B1? B1's really high, and B3 nice, and all good for the electron chain. So 100, as you can see, 37. I mean, it's got more than even like red meat, like beef. Beef's got a lot of water in it. You have to remember, bacon doesn't have as much water, so it's much more concentrated in protein and fat. So it's nearly got a 1-to-1 between protein and fat, so it's really good. And it's all low deuterium stuff. Ah, yes. Mwah. It's beautiful. And that's how much is in that. And if we basically divide that by 100, and so remember that's 3.5 ounces, and this is what I'm talking about, times 37. That's 100. Just that is going to give me, throw in the cheese, and usually cheeses are around much higher in protein than other meats, bar bacon. And so, yeah, very easily, just one meal, I'm going to be about 180 grams of protein. Easy. Absolutely easy. And what's that? 541 calories for that is what they talk. I mean, I don't give a shit about that. It doesn't bother me at all. So it gets up to about 2,000. If you're in a ketotic state, it's irrelevant whatsoever. And that will satisfy me for the whole day. Usually that will be much lower than that. And the reason for that is because you do lose a lot of fat when you actually cook it. So, and that one, which is pastured, this is sort of conventional grain. The pastured one has slightly less fat anyway in it. So the calories do come down. And remember that when they're actually counting the calories here, remember they are counting all these calories as being the same. That's not exactly right. Saturated fats usually around 5 to 5.5 calories per gram. They all count that as basically as 9.1. It's seed oils. Seed oils are basically 9.1 calories per. Not that calories are important. Hormones play a big role at the end of the day. But what I'm saying is that calories aren't the same. I mean, carbohydrates, they vary quite a bit. Protein is actually 4.44, but we can't oxidize it unless we're in starvation mode and we're breaking down tissue. These are irrelevant. It's all the hormones that drive. That's why you can eat meat and actually lose weight. it's irrelevant in that regard. But just to point that out, because people are going to see that and go, fuck, how many calories are you eating, Harry? Because I know what people think, because they think in calorie terms. So, but even in calorie terms, it's wrong measurements, you know. So even monos are around about, they vary between around about the 8 or whatever. Their reverse electron transport behavior is very different as well. So, and that's the other thing, saturated fats, the more you have, what they do, they tend to basically push up the reverse electron transport, the more biogenesis of mitochondria. So they actually push up the actual energy production systems. So, you know, it's things that are not taken into account. This is why reductionism, you know, looking at things and not looking at how these things hormonally are interacting with at the mitochondrial level and everything else, is, yes, I thought I would throw that in because it does piss me off, all that sort of crap that people come up with. But as you can see, in terms of protein, shitloads I'm getting. I'm not protein deficient, I can tell you. Definitely not a vegan, this boy. Let me just remove that. This boy. Let's move on. Under-eating on a carnivore diet is very common, I think, especially with the high-fat version. Yeah, I know. I love protein. I don't know about the rest of you, but I do. You only have to look at Kelly Hogan. She prioritized basically protein. And look at her. Everybody else out there is doing fat bombs and all sorts of shit. You know, if you don't use it from your body, you will basically, and you bring it in your food, like having shitloads of butter and shitloads of fat bombs and shitloads of that. Probably my biggest indiscretion is cream, a lot of creamed coffees. That's probably mine. So when I actually want to lose weight, I just cut out the coffee, because that's the biggest source of energy that's actually preventing me from using my energy. And it keeps me weight stable, but it also means that I can't tap into my own energy. So I'm not looking forward to the next couple of months where I will be trying to cut, you know, lean out a bit more, which basically means I'll be missing my coffees. Damn. Anyway, shit happens. You do it for a couple of months and then you go back to drinking coffee. Anyway, so yes, that is the plan in the not too distant future, next month, and which I will also be doing my Synalytics, and that will start me for the next 3 months doing Synalytics, and then cutting that out until early next year. So 3 months on, 3 months off, 3 months on, basically. So Dad's been doing his Synalytics, and he did say to me today, I don't know why, we just, you know, we were just talking and while we're having some really nice pork steaks, and the old man just turned around and said, I actually finished all those. And I said, didn't I tell your dad to wait? Just ignored me, you know, I did do it over 5 days. And then he said, I had 2 left over from the previous one, so I decided to have more. So he actually decided to have about 700 milligrams on his final day. He said, I couldn't leave it for the next month. And I go, okay, Dad. So you just decided to ignore, you know. He said, exactly. You don't know everything. I go, okay. What have you been drinking? So, yes, in that regard, Fluffy Rainbow's here. Greetings to you as well. And Kate's here as well. Good to see you, Kate. And pretty much the old boy told me that he felt that he was actually felt better than he felt the previous month. And I'm going, okay. I'm not putting down anything. It could be placebo, you know, because I did tell him it knocks off senescent cells and actually improves. And you can have a placebo effect in terms of how you feel. I think it's probably more placebo than anything else. But who knows, you know. But he feels better, so I'm happy for him. But as I said to Dad, unless I lock you up in a clinical ward and test you thoroughly like a rat, we won't know. And he had to laugh. And he said, and if you're a rat, Dad, then you wouldn't be able to have the pussy with you. And he had to laugh again. So yes, you know me. You've got to stir the old boy up now and then. He gets a bit of a giggle out of it. Ah, yes. We know. Yes, they got big rats up there, don't they? And you're looking at one of them. Don't encourage it, Dom. I suspect you're a muscular rat, and that's the main thing. More of a Mighty Mouse. Yeah, me too. Or Minnie Mouse, to be more precise, in my case. Oh, God. Those are fighting words, Dom. Those are fighting words. Ah, yes. Questioning somebody's ethnicity and, yes. Fighting words. Maybe it's the light, but your hair seems to be less grey. It is the light, mate. It is. Believe me, it is the light. It is the light. It is the light. Yes. So, I mean, my hair also tends to be a bit on the lighter side sometimes. It does go lighter. My younger sister, she's probably the only one in my immediate family that has sort of darker hair, but some blonde hair in between. Some of my other family members have got more blonde hair, especially on Dad's side. Dad's got blue eyes, but he's got darker hair like me, and also hair that goes. He's got the same problem. His hair will go if he's in the sun. When he wears his hat on, his hair. It's quite funny. He wears the hat. He takes off the hat, and it's like the hat part of the is not grey as the sides that are actually getting the sunlight. So it's quite obvious what's happening. It's in that regard, but it's not as noticeable in the evenings or when he's indoors. Or when he's outdoors, and you notice and you go, it sort of stands out a bit more. But it is what it is. If you got genetics, you've got genetics that do that. I've shown them before. People have seen them. So it's just the reality. I just haven't found a way to silence the genes. I've found other biohacks with other things, but I just haven't found a way of dealing with, I know how to, phosphatidylserine, certain dosages to turn off genes in the brain and stuff like that, but I still can't work out how to turn these genes off. So I'm still trying. Let's put it that way. I'm still trying, but I haven't been able to work it out. So that's up to you, mate. It's up to you. It's useful. It can give you a bit of insights in certain things to look out for. So it's like me. I know that I need to get choline in my diet. I need certain things to get in my diet that my body doesn't actually do certain conversions very well. I've got an MTHFR issue, but now I know how I can correct that with a lot of meat because it's got riboflavin. So I don't have to worry about it on my current diet. So it does give you insights. I think the carnivore diet, generally an animal-based diet in general, will furnish sufficient micronutrients for the body to function well. I think it's a really species appropriate diet in that regard. Do people require certain variations for that next level optimization? Maybe, having awareness of what areas in your biology, and then how you can biohack, or make adjustments to your intake or eat specific foods that you may not prioritize at the moment is another thing. So I mean, I've shown you pork and the level of thiamine, and especially I talk about it in the previous video as well. Pork's a really good source. You know, you can have two good servings in a week. You know, 2 days having pork days and getting more than enough thiamine that you need in your diet. So on a carnivorous diet. So getting about the equivalent of 17 days worth, or 18 days. I can't remember. I think it was about that. 18, was it 18? Anyway, so that's pretty good. You know, you've basically covered all bases on that. I know a lot of people in the past, they used to have bacon in the mornings. It was a sort of a standard thing before they brought the cereals out and all that crap. And that's where people got their thiamine, you know. That's where they got it, because it's a good source. The niacin, that's where they got it as well. Very important for energy production. So they got everything that they needed with that breakfast to get them going for their work. So somewhere we lost the plot because we were bullshitted. Anyway, let's move off. I've lost all my grey hair since turning carnivore and started colouring my hair. Oh, God. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'm going out in the sun, bike ride. I will be listening on the phone. Roy stops after sunset. Well, there you go. Well, at least you can actually synchronize your time. That's true. Enjoy your bike ride, Alex. G'day, Ness. Good to see you, mate. Exactly. High quality shit. Don't you forget it. DJ projectors. High quality shit. You know? And if you take and if you think of Goji Man, I don't know what's happening. Is Goji Man still alive or still with us, or is he still vegan? I don't even know. Is that character still around? He's sort of dropped off the radar completely, hasn't he? Yes, if you need high quality assessment of such material, just send it to Goji Man. He loves that shit. He's let's say he's a connoisseur of excrement. Wonder if grey hairs is mostly genetic. My grandfather lived to 80 and had black hair to the end. Not a single grey hair. Look, for grey hair, there are both dietary. What just happened? Oh, fuck. I just lost all the other. So, damn. That is annoying. I just lost a whole lot of... Sorry about that, guys. So let me just find... Yeah, look, it does happen. It's the way it is. There is some genetics behind it. That's true. Okay, so we lost a couple of things there. So right after that one, yours, Bjorn, there's basically Vivid Mouse. I started going grey in my 20s. My cousins did the same thing, and in their 30s, they were quite... This is on my mother's side. And even on my father's side, they have quite a bit of greyness as well. But also sort of alopecia and baldness is quite prevalent on my father's side. Unfortunate. having a more carnivorous or animal-based diet, I've been able to reverse my alopecia at least, but I haven't found a way to silence the genes. Well, eating more meat has made my hair darker in one respect, but when I go out in the sun, it reverses anything, any success. I have to stay indoors, which I don't want to, because I do prioritize vitamin D over vanity, basically. Yep. So ficking one key. Then Ness Ray says I started going bald at 22. Grey hair started at 29. Right now, the balding is reversing along with the grey hair. Meat is good. Yes, it does for a lot of people. When I'm basically indoors, my hair coloration improves. But when I get out in the sun, because I do have that sensitivity to the sun, yeah. Then Sonia talks about what is the point of menopause symptoms? That is, what advantage to our ancestors would hot flushes and dry eyes have been? I can't even think of any good reason. No, there isn't any good reason. If you take a look at women that, check the chat that I had with Mary Ruddock, and we talk about some of the Maasai women and some of the tribal women. They don't get this. They don't get these hot flushes. They don't get any of this. This is basically a modern day as a consequence of mitochondrial and general sort of derangements in a lot of our hormonal system, Sonia. It's the reason why when women come to me and say, I've got a menopausal problem of hot flushes and all that, and I usually say to them, I want you on boron, and I want you on 12 milligrams for the first week. The second week, I want you down to 9 milligrams. The third week, down to 6 milligrams. And then finally, 3 milligrams. And then I want you on 3 milligrams for the rest of the year, at least. And that's like the equivalent, 3 milligrams is the equivalent of 2 avocados. But I don't want you on higher doses than 3. And the reason for that is because while it can actually benefit initially in normalizing hormones, it can always push them the other way if you take too much boron. So it is initially we hit it with a sledgehammer to force it down into more normal range, and then we try to maintain it over time and then allow the body to slowly adjust its enzymes and a whole lot of systems to basically function better at this more normal state of affairs. We're never going to get back to the way our ancestors, or a lot of these tribal people that have basically been on an ancestral diet since birth, and they don't have these effects. And they only notice it amongst children who leave the tribe and go elsewhere, and with a very short amount of time, they are altered. And I think there is a bit of epigenetics and some gene signaling. And then even though you go back to an ancestral diet, not all those genes have been turned off. And that's the problem. And the problem is none of us have really done any research into those genes and how to normalize them and how to turn them off. I've just found with boron, you can normalize it as long as you don't go too crazy on boron. But I haven't found a way of actually, silencing the fuckers. That's where I'm still doing research to try and understand, is there other sort of hormetics that we could use to reverse the damage we've caused? And remember, some of this damage is also, over multiple generations, something that these tribal people haven't altered their genes over multiple generations. So is it even possible anymore for people that have been over multiple generations, had certain parts of their genome altered because of their diet over multiple generations? And, like baldness after a number of generations becomes entrenched. You don't see baldness in tribal people, but once it becomes entrenched and those genes are turned on, it's impossible to turn them off. The only way you can do that is you fix the diet of certain people, and then after a number of generations, you can reverse that. But you can't basically eliminate it in the person that you're dealing with. So I can't fix you, but I may be able to fix your great grandkids, so to speak, if everybody follows this ancestral diet and then silences those genes over a number of generations. And that's the thing. So all we can do is some biohacks with boron and eating more species appropriate diet to balance and normalize our hormone behavior. It's a hard thing. That's why when we're looking at our condition, doing the same thing as the Messiah, that is not going to fix us. We've got a number of, epigenetic and genetic sort of changes, shifts that have actually happened to us over a number of generations because of eating a lot of our ancestors eating a lot of plants, too many plants, and altering a number of things. And now trying to reverse a lot of that, or try to biohack or limit the effects of those genetic changes, is where we're still struggling to work out the best strategy or how to do it. We see when we go more carnivorous, when we go more ancestral, we see that a lot of things correct themselves, but not everything, because some stuff has been really hardwired over a number of generations. So I've got genetics for baldness and I've got genetics for a lot of things, but they are not pronounced in my family enough to basically, it means they can be switched, part of them can be switched off or desensitized slightly or altered slightly. Where people like Bart, for instance, too many generations, completely bald, and now he would have to have a number of descendants eating appropriately to reverse that, So for him, it can't happen. It just can't, because they are just turned on hardwired. They can't be silenced. There may be a compound out there that can do it. I don't know, but nobody's actually found the compound, if one exists. And, it's like for certain genetic disorders, phosphatidylserine was found in Tel Aviv University, and they actually found that giving a specific dose of these phospholipids, they were able to silence, they were able to silence the genes of degenerative brain disease. They were able, and it's, for a lot of degenerative brain diseases, phosphatidylserine plays an important role. So now we have not seen any research, because nobody in the academia has done any research on phosphatidylserine and other degenerative brain disorders and diseases. So I can't say that with definitive that it will do the same thing for these other disorders, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's doing it for one and has the capacity to silence certain genes. Why wouldn't it have the capacity, since it's positively affecting some of these other ailments, wouldn't have the effect on altering or turning or silencing some of those gene expressions potentially? Now, when it comes to menopause, beyond a sort of a normalization, I haven't really come up with any other biohacks, and I haven't been able, there are a lot of associational genes, but I haven't been able to find sufficient compounds to really help. Not that I aren't searching. I can tell you, I've got two sisters, and they are putting the screws into me and a partner, and they're saying, well, look deeper, see if you can find something to help us. So I am looking, because I do have family members that want to know that as well. So, if I do come up with more stuff, yep, you guys will be the first to know it. Now, anecdotally, menopause is very mild in tribal people like the Maasai. Exactly. Well, that's what a lot of the symptoms that Mary actually spoke to the Maasai about. They looked at her in a strange way. What are you talking about? Or even childbirth. They just have childbirth. They don't have all these pains and go through all this struggle. They go, what? They think this is weird. When we actually say we go through all this, we've already altered ourselves on a kibble diet quite substantially. We're not what we ancestrally were in terms of quality of biological specimens. So, we've got a lot of derangements that have been baked in to some extent, unfortunately. And it's going to take a couple of generations. And we're not doing any good currently, trying to force us to go 100% plant-based. More and more people. It's going to get worse before it gets better, unfortunately. Oh, yes, and Vivid Mouse, to punish the children rearing years, Sonia. I knew you had an evil streak, Mousy. And Alex, on his bicycle ride, has that beautiful hit the like button thing. Ah, yes, very nice. I wish I could have put that up, but that's really disappointing. Really disappointing of you, StreamYard. Good question, Sonia, from Dom. And Alex, I'm out. Good for you. Yeah. What's the like button? 27 and 10 likes is sad. Yes. Too many of you people watching and not liking. What is wrong with you people? Hit the like button. Oh, I've got to basically... At last I got to it. I don't have to read that. Push that to the end now. Okay. Now, I know Carnivore, who did not know she had gone through the menopause until after the test for something else her doctor told her she had. I hope that happens to me. My grey hair also reversed. See, a lot of people say this. A lot of people's grey hair reverses. A lot of people's sort of alopecia reverses and all that. For me, it's only been alopecia reversal, but not greyness of hair, because I've probably got baked in genes that respond to discoloration from the UV. That means they are photosensitive. It's just the way it is. It's one of those shit things that genetically is probably hardwired, and I can't really do much about it. It's probably not as hardwired, maybe, because probably the diet's actually, to some extent, it's actually held back the greyness, where some of my other relatives are grey, or they basically put colouring through their hair. And so they look at me and go, why is Harry not getting grey like the rest of us? So as at the same rate as my other relatives. So I'd put it down to the diet, but I've still got some baked in stuff genetically, which is a bit more hardwired over a number of generations, which makes it much harder for me. But yes, a lot of people that don't have my genetics, my poor genetics in that regard, they tend to basically see the same results: improvements in alopecia, improvements in grey hair reversal. So yes, there's far too many anecdotes to be just a one-off thing. I think the more closer you go to a species-appropriate diet, you silence certain genes, you regulate certain bodily functions, and things improve in general terms. Depending on how damaged you are, it can take longer for some people than others. So there are variations as well. So I say to those people that are more damaged, be patient and keep at it. Can be plain awful for some women. Yes, like childbirth and all that, unless you're a Maasai woman. They seem to pop them out like with ease, with absolute ease. Pork belly with bacon tomorrow. Slow cooked. Sounds good. I have a ninja as well. All these people with their ninjas. God, you'd think they're turning Japanese here. Shit is not normal. Modern period pains and menopause. Yes, it definitely isn't. Yes, the modern diet definitely does run havoc through our endocrine system. Definitely. Not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Good. Go and have some meat. Some extra meat. You need it. Harry, if I were to use citric acid because I still have back pain after 2 years on Carnivore, how much would I be taking I only had cloudy pea twice coming into the diet. Look, I tend to basically use lemon juice, and pretty much I put on a lot of my like pork steaks, and I tend to have more pork and all that, and that's how I get my citric acid nowadays. So I get more. I think that's, I don't have those. Maybe that's enough for me. Maybe some need a bit more. Maybe some need to supplement a bit more. It depends on how much oxalate you're dealing with and all that. I've had really nasty cases of oxalate dumping, I mean, horrendous. I mean, where I was in complete agony and felt like I need to go to the hospital because I'm probably having another kidney stone attack, something like that. And then I just went hard on the citric acid and went hard on basically the apple cider vinegar as well. And then I started rubbing my back, sort of massaging to try and massage the actual kidneys to try and actually dislodge and try and get motility, some movement and all that. So yeah, look, I know yes, I just think about it and I'm going, oh. So, and that's the reason why I use, whether you want to get food grade citric acid, there's that brand which is you can put in a cup of water and just mix it up and drink it. That's one option. Or you can just use lemon juice on your steak. I mean, I leave it up to people what they do in that regard. But yeah, it's still. It depends. Some people have got a lot of oxalate buildup, and it's, and it takes some time to clear out of the system. I probably still have some that I haven't cleared out completely. Where other people, like my friend Ling, she's basically been on the carnivore, doing very high carnivore and hardly any plants now for about a couple of months, and her back pain's gone completely, and she's had back pain for years. So, some people have less damage to fix, and they can fix it in a shorter amount of time. Where she's got other injuries which are taking a bit longer. And as I said, that's probably because some of that tissue is more osteoporotic, has sustained because of more movement, more you're using it more those parts of the body. And so as a consequence, if you didn't have good enough bone density and stuff like that, you probably cause more fractures, more issues, and it's going to take a bit longer to heal. And so there can be differences in that regard. So there's a lot of variations between people. It's also where some of these crystals actually combine in certain different tissues and different parts. They're not uniform. They tend to be. I've seen slides like the ones that I actually showed about the oxalate in the small little child, which the mother would have been plant-based. And that's really horrendous seeing something like that. It's shocking. You guys saw it. But at the same time, there's also, your deposits are not going to be like my deposits, so to speak, if that makes sense. Because they're circulating, they can sort of deposit and be combined in different parts of the bone. And that's another issue in itself. So how long the turnover, I know it takes about a decade for turnover of a lot of your cellular stuff. So I tend to sort of believe that you need to be taking some sort of citric supplement, or whether it's lemon juice or whatever, for at least a decade until you can basically, slowly clear a lot of that sort of stuff as, osteoblasts basically, and MMPs are sort of remodeling that the bone and releasing some of that. You want to take it out of the system with citric acid, and so all these sort of things. It takes time. We've fucked ourselves completely in many ways. We're not ancestral. We don't live ancestral from our birth. And so that's why we notice it. Also, the kids, that are going to schools and starting to eat seed oils and refined stuff, and they find that these kids can't handle a lot of the actual insects or the pathogens in their environment. Now they're coming down with all sorts of issues where they need medication to deal with, like our kids. to deal with a lot of these pathogens and stuff like that, where before the body, these people had no problems. They lived in an environment with a lot of different organisms, but they weren't being infected severely by these things, where these kids now are more vulnerable. Why? Obviously, because they've altered their diet, they've altered some of their genetics, and epigenetically, and so they don't have the same level of protection. They don't have the same microbiome that their parents had. So there's all these sort of things that are happening. So we could actually sit in real time, alter the food, and alter all these characteristics, and diseases get worse, and a whole lot of things get worse. Do it over multiple generations like we've done in the countries that we come from, and you got a lot of things to basically deal with. It's the reason why we see these tribal people in very old age, still robust, jump up and down like mad. You saw those old women that Mary talked about jumping up and down like mad. You try, a 40-year-old now does something like that and they'll end up with a hip fracture. Completely different people. And this woman's over 100. That tells you something, that we've really not if you're talking about quality stock in the way you talk about a veterinary would talk about livestock, we're pretty fucking piss poor and with too much problems, so it's going to take time for a lot of us to heal properly, unfortunately. Just with the oxalates, that's the thing, because remember the video that I showed with that kid had lodgements of oxalates in their bones. Yes, as you remodel, osteoclasts, osteoblasts, and the remodeling that takes place, you can have some release of some of this shit that's actually bound into the bones, and you can actually then clear it out, so that can help, and you can minimize. Sulfur is another important thing, but we get enough sulfur. If you're eating sulfur amino acids like methionine, you're eating sulfur rich foods, on an ancestral diet, you're going to get the stuff that can help deal with the sulfur requirements that get depleted because of these nasty oxalates. Yes. Yes. I salute you. Melcy. You got him. Oh, is that how far back I am? Fuck. Blame that Harry. He just talks too much. Stop giving me a hard time. It's the Roy time. Be happy. Because the fuckers bind into bones and all sorts of tissue. And remember, takes about 7 to 10 years to remodel all your body, replace and remodel. So it takes quite a bit of time to basically free up some stuff and clear it out. Yes. So things can stay lodged in different tissue for quite some time, unfortunately, including calcium in certain soft tissue, which can take a number of years with MK4 and things like that to start moving it, and with other fat-soluble vitamins to move it from soft tissue to the hard tissue, which we call bone. Did Harry just pull the plug? Yes, I did. He did. Yes, he did. You got a problem with that? You don't like me? Smug? I can squash you. I would be very careful. God. Can you believe it? I've got llamas giving me a hard time now. Fuck. What's the world come to? Yes, llamas giving me a hard time. I did a dry fast for 3 days. On the last night, I had bad back pain. Yes. I think it was kidney stones. Saying hello, maybe not. Maybe you were. Don't know. Maybe it could be. Hard to say. I know that Bart had something similar, and he basically did like a wet fast for a couple of days before doing a dry fast. You know, I don't actually recommend dry fasts for a very long time, other than 24 hours. But that's me, because you're still excreting a lot of minerals and a lot of micronutrients over that period. So that's why I'm not really into that sort of stuff, to be honest. So, but each to their own. I'm not gonna, there is a tribe. They eat once every 3 days. So 2 days they barely have any water. They have a bit, but barely, So you could call it a semi-dry for 2 days, and then having a big damn meal. So, but they're an unusual lot that do that. They're not very, very large either. It's probably because they don't get sufficient protein. But it's a cultural thing that they do. They live in the Amazon. But as I said, a lot of things do work or partially work or stuff like that. And who am I to say with definitive proof that it's going to be very bad for you or not? We don't have any study. You can tell me, Harry, or Roy, do you have a study? I can say, no, I don't. So you have good anecdotes? Good for you. When he said back pain, same smug, I thought of kidneys and oxalates. Yes, many of us do. I just usually ask people, what were you eating in the past, and quite a bit of what? And usually, I usually come across that sort of stuff. Harry's putting some hashtags in your videos. Might help boost your channel. No key, not canned stuff. I could. I could put other things and attract the wrong sort of people as well. Do a lot of things. Yes. Good advice, Bjorn. Oh, look, it's easy. Don't get me wrong. I know other people that have done it as well, but it's not something that. The other thing is, people get very dry stools as well, and it can also be you're drying out your stools. And I know that happened to Bart. His shit became very dry and very hard to get out. So that can also be a problem. Yeah. So basically, there can be issues. So, yes, probably hydrate before you start doing it. But I still wouldn't do it for so long. But anyway, it's not for me to tell people what to do. It's just basically what I wouldn't do, and I don't have any evidence either way, but I still think it is a problem. Yeah, I think it is. I know that there are some crackpots out there that recommend people do even longer dry fasts, and I know I've heard of kidney damage and severe kidney damage in some people. That is usually after a couple of weeks, but yeah, there are gurus out there that recommend crazy things, and people, short-term fasts, even wet fasts, short-term fasts are fine for most people. But if you're doing long-term fasts, remember, even though you are breaking down tissue and making that available as amino acids in the bloodstream with autophagy, and you're also, activating hormone-sensitive lipase, and you're releasing a lot of free fatty acid as energy, you still need micronutrients as cofactors for a lot of those enzymes. And if you don't have those cofactors, well, those enzymes are not going to work very properly, are they? So even the guy that did 386 days of fasting, that person was getting all the vitamins and minerals from the doctors that he needed to provide the cofactors so the body could actually do the work and function. So then, rather than getting the food, the proteins and the fats from the environment, the guy was getting the proteins and fats from his own tissue. That, and as a consequence, he only needed the actual micronutrients that his tissues were deficient in or didn't have enough when they were releasing. So that's what they supplemented, and he was covered very well, because you still got the excretion rate of magnesium, for as an example, of 120 micrograms per day. Now, one day, probably even 2 days, is not a big thing. You can get about 300 on a carnivore diet very easy and put it all back, within a couple of days. But, if you were to do that much longer, yes, then you could very easily become micronutrient deficient, and a lot of enzymes which require cofactors to function may not function anymore properly, and then you've got problems. And that's the thing. And you can then get into a sort of a derangement state. So there are risks because of that sort of stuff. Anyway, do you have autoimmune? Do not know. Frankly, eat cakes nowadays and call it healthy. Exactly. I'm surprised that it is. Maybe there's something in the cheese, because the Irish tend to have the highest adaptation to dairy out of any population in the world. Are you sure you're Irish? So I find that very surprising. Very, very much in that regard. Frank? Oh, that guy. Oh, that guy. Is he still way out there? Is he back on YouTube? Is he? I thought he abandoned. He said, "I'm giving up. My company's gone bankrupt. I'm walking away from everything." What can we do to get rid of varicose veins, inflammation, stem cell fixing the veins? Can you think of anything topical, like anything, a cream with vitamin E? So what have you heard? It's a bit of research that I am doing, but I will leave that for the video to come on varicose veins. There is a tendency, if you stand for too long, or you've got a standing job like in retail or whatever, and it's women are more susceptible to it in that regard. But I'm looking at an effective one without any of the sort of chemical stuff. There's some compounds and all that. I'm still investigating them. I don't want to give too much away at this stage. I'm still looking into them and seeing what is the best way to go down that way. Yes. So obviously, don't forget. Are you doing any niacin, Dom, as well? Because niacin's pretty good for this as well. Just trying to make you aware of it in that regard. Most people get most of the dermatitis type things and all that are alleviated completely. So, yes. Maybe something in your lifestyle or something in your environment that's actually aggravating it further. I know in some people, mold and other things in their environment can actually have an effect on their skin as well. So there can be other factors beyond the diet that the diet can't fix. So sometimes it's hard to pin down every single bloody thing that actually can be in somebody's environment. Is this thing an endothelial cell? What thing? What are we talking about? Is that related to the previous one? Well, your endothelial, your veins. Yeah, well, your endothelial cells, their health does play a role in that regard. But, it's sort of like you could say, because of strain, pressure in those sort of areas. And obviously people because remember, tribal people go around walking all the time. They don't have this problem. So it's probably a thing of many years of inappropriate diets. Is sort of my theory that the reason why people that don't have species appropriate diets become more sensitive to these sort of things. The question is, once it happens, how do you reverse it? So obviously, vasodilation plays an important role, like nitric oxide synthesis in that regard. So citrulline is a bit of an important compound that I've talked about in the past. But there's other things that I'm looking into, trying to see whether there's any good biohacks to deal with this sort of stuff. So, and then I'll get some of you people to try them out and see whether they really work or they just work on animals and not the rest of us. Because sometimes something that works on a rat may not work on a human, unfortunately. Yes. If it wasn't for Fwank, I would not have started Carnivore. Most people like Harry and Bart were not on the radar back then. Shame he went mad. Oh, yes, that's true. But actually, I have to be honest as well. My first introduction to the carnivore diet was via Frank. I didn't even know Sean Baker, Bart or any of the others. Myself, I came across Frank as the first point. It was just a sort of a random. I did a Google search and for something, and Frank's name came up, and I said, interesting. Let me just check this. And I just checked, and because then I was just basically looking at the Ancestral Health Symposium, the Low Carb Down Under, a couple of New Zealand sites. There was a few academics that are over there that are basically in the low carb community, some that are researched people in Polynesia and stuff like that. So, that's the sort of stuff that I was looking at, sort of just interested in hardcore science-based research in the paleo, low carb, keto type community. I just wasn't really interested in people outside that specific academia. Doctors and academics and archaeologists were my focus at that time. And then as they basically, weren't looking any deeper into some of these things and weren't coming up with solutions to some of these things, I started looking elsewhere for, and then came across some, not that I found solutions with Frank. I found Frank didn't know as much as I did at the time, but he introduced me to, to a lot of other people in the carnivore community that I wasn't aware of existed. So he was sort of a bridgehead than anything else. But knowledge-wise, I ended up actually emailing him some really good pointers and stuff. that he wasn't aware of at the time, trying to help him at the time before he went, as you said, off the reservation, the Carnivore reservation, and lost the plot. Yes. Ah, yes. Thank you, Kate. Yes. What is wrong with the rest of you? Why haven't you hit that like button? Please hit the like button. Do you think I do this for amusement? Yeah, I really liked Frank, but I must say that Dr. Baker was the one that made me go carnivore. I'd have to say the same thing. You know, while I listened to, initially came across Frank, I wasn't carnivore at the time. It's once I basically came across Sean Baker, Bart Kay, and people like that, that's when I basically said, okay, these guys really have science behind this. They actually got real good, they really understand the sort of stuff that I sort of, because I was slowly creeping towards carnivore and more carnivore. And I already, I'd already seen, because on the Low Carb Down Under, as I mentioned, I came across, Michael Eads, who promoted protein power. He wrote a book called Protein Power, and he talked about the, all these other older societies and the N15 data and all that. And when I heard all that sort of stuff, I go, shit, this is really, and I got stuck into it. And then when I looked at the information from the Institute of, what is it called? The Anthropology and something, it's, and primate studies or whatever, blah, 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 and primate studies. And that sort of part, they had all this collagen data telling us what these people really ate. And they had shitloads from all, because part of it, Germany, had a lot of, has had a long archaeological tradition, and they have shitloads of bones from all over the world. And so they've got some of the best N15, N14 data sets in the world. And so looking at those, and I have to say, Michael Eads was the person that opened my eyes to this sort of stuff. And actually, if I have to really say somebody that really actually turned me carnivore, it'd have to be Michael Eads. Because once I saw the data that we were super and hyper carnivores, for me, it made, at that point, there was like a light bulb in my head. I go, okay, all this other research is, there's a lot of, it's airy-fairy, it's associational, it doesn't prove anything. There's too many confounding variables. There's too many mistakes. One study says one thing, another study says another thing. They're not consistent. They're not actually showing proper. They're not actually looking at specific things that could be at play. And once I got that sort of side, and then I got the Randall cycle understanding from Bart, those two combined together to go, okay, this is how our bodies really work. And then I got it at that moment. So the combination of understanding the Randall cycle from Bart K and basically from Michael Eads in terms of our ancestral dietary behaviors of all Homo sapiens sapiens and other hominins is what turned me. Then basically looking at Sean Baker and the animal that he is and stuff like that, that sort of just reinforced the things. But I have to say the most important person that really probably influenced me the most to turn carnivore was basically, even though he wasn't a carnivore proponent, was basically Michael Eads with that research on the N15 data. That was the most convincing. For me, everything else is opinions of people. People can argue and say, oh, look, I've got this anecdote, I've got that anecdote. That's what, Bart, comically says, it's all anecdotes. Yeah, exactly, it is. But the stuff that we can only with definitive certainty talk about is the N15 data. The N15 data doesn't lie. It's carved in the bones of our ancestors that we were super and hyper carnivore for most of our existence. So how can I turn my back and say millions of years of research is irrelevant, what the bones are telling me, and I basically will say that modern diets are the thing, that we're adapted to them, they're the best. No, they're not. They're just something that we jumped on as part of civilization, but they're not optimal. They're not the most healthiest. They allow us to get to reproductive age and that, but they're not really, and then decline badly after that. But the reality is they're not optimal for our bodies. They're not the proper ancestral diet. And I have to thank Michael Eads for that, and also Michael Eads for my love for protein and not being fearful of protein, because I didn't get it from Bart, I didn't get it from Sean or anyone. It was Michael's sort of, pushing me and showing me that, and then looking at sort of some of these tribal populations, the stuff that I talked in my first chat when I had with Bart, and I talked about some of these tribal populations. If you go back and see my original stuff, I talk about the sand people of the Kalahari and their high protein eating. So I've been a high protein lover for ages, so, and I have to thank the person that really solidified in my mind what the ancestral diet was Michael Eads. I have to thank him for being here. And then Bart for being on YouTube, because basically without Bart, I probably wouldn't have started up a channel. So yeah, have to thank both of them in their different contributions. The key thing is for me, demystifying the Randall cycle really helped me understand how the body really works and why we find that people that are eating a certain way can exhibit certain things and also lose weight very effortlessly. And now we know, because basically the same pathways are actually activated when you're low fat or low carb. When you're ketotic or the other way, it makes no difference. These pathways are activated and you start losing weight. So the problem is, one is healthy, a healthy way of doing it, and the other one is a very unhealthy way in the long run. That's the only difference. But, the Randall cycle has cleared up a lot of things in my head. And I've understood it even deeper now with how deuterium plays an effect with the Randall cycle and all these other nuanced things that I talk about all the time now. So I've got a deeper understanding of it. It's, I understand how mitochondrial dysfunction can alter the Randall cycle state, and and the way certain things function at the mitochondrial level. On the other side, how much lean mass do you have? Basically how much muscle mass do you have? Lean body mass is another very important effect in terms of both the Randall cycle and insulin sensitivity and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that I've got a deeper understanding now of, and I have to thank people like that, Bart, for my insights in that part of physiology, and then plowing into the research myself to get a deeper understanding, and then people like pretty much Michael Eads that got me on that pathway of back to the ancestral roots, so to speak. Anyway, let's move on. That Harry talks a lot, doesn't he? He was basically, he took control of me for a while. Get it right, Roy. You reversed atherosclerosis other than carnivore. What protocols did you follow? What supplements? I used vasodilators like citrulline, really important. I also kept the diet very clean. There were no indiscretions, no ice creams, no nothing in those days. When I was doing that, I was really, really keeping it clean. High doses of MK4 were part of that. So a lot of fasting, not only intermittent time-restricted feeding, but actual fasts, cycling through a lot of fasts. I had more body fat at the same time, so I could do more of that. And that actually helps as well, as you lose that more body fat, that you can actually clear up tissue much faster. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff. At some point, I'm going to do a little video about me, about Harry, and some of those things, and sort of show people some of the videos and me having my chest sort of, surgically stapled together and stuff like that. Some people might find that interesting. Other people may go, ooh, but anyway. But I am going to do something a bit as a protocol like I've done with the cancer one. I've just haven't got around doing it. And showing the video, the images and all that. Maybe I should do one without myself in it, just because it's a bit hard. It was a traumatic period in my life, and so it's maybe something that I've put on the back burner for that reason. Yes, it's a psychological thing to say. So that's why it provides that sort of general information. But, if you've got taurine's really important to break down the fibrotic tissue. So reversing of fibrotic tissue, that actual heart damage has completely gone away. And that also taurine plays a big role for that. Sulfur in general is really good to increase the negative charge. Earthing is also very important. Getting good sleep is also very important. So all these things are good practices to do. So I am going to eventually do a bit of a video on a number of products in terms of earthing that people can use and look at. I've sort of shown in general in some of my live streams. So I probably need to do something proper to provide some insights of what people can do. All these things help. You do a combination, and it takes a number of years. It didn't happen immediately. We're talking about nearly a decade. So don't expect things to turn around immediately. Anybody that promises you an immediate turnaround, do I have something if you believe in them, do I have something to sell you? Beachfront property on Mars. Great stuff. A bargain. So, yes, the reality is it takes time because you're actually remodeling tissue, you're clearing out stuff. So it's taken you decades to do the damage. It takes you at least a decade to clear out a lot of stuff, a lot of damage. So, so keep that in mind. It's not a quick thing. Anybody that tells you that they're smoking something really nasty. Because I've heard people go on some other people's protocols and it hasn't happened as fast as those people said. So there's a lot of BS out there, unfortunately. You're welcome, mate. Regarding COVID is getting better, and regarding local food is also great. We're a nation of huntsmen. That's good. And there is a lot of ruminant meat available. Sounds good. Yeah. So that sort of things went to shit. Lock and load and head out into the bush and get some meat. Exactly. I'd be doing the same thing in that regard. So yeah, I used to do a bit of hunting as well. Not only I do, like in Australia, I haven't done recently, as just circumstances. But a couple of years back, I was doing quite a bit, and also I did a bit in Greece as a youngster, so had a bit of fun there as well. So I miss those days. Yes. I guess we can get some good quality fish, but it depends. There are a lot of people here who want to make some money, like everywhere, and don't care about producing quality food. That's pretty much everywhere, Tom. Unfortunately, the lowest common denominator, people are out for the squids, but there's still some good operators in all countries, and you just have to seek them out and find them. So, yes, that's how far behind I am. Oh, God, I am really, really hard. Same for caffeine. B vitamin complex works wonders. Yes, it does. Very, very much in that regard. Probably the only positive thing with coffee is niacin. As long as you're doing the instant, the stuff that gets freeze-dried, the instant, that still has more niacin, but also has more oxalate. If you get the other stuff, the barista type, then that has less oxalate but less niacin as well. So you can't win, can you? Yes. Yesterday I had some good barista coffee from my brother Sean, so that was nice. And I actually because he's got a barista, so I actually had a really good one. And then Nick, which is one of the nephews, and he basically made his Uncle Harry a coffee, which was really nice. He's getting better. The first one was, this was years ago, but he's doing much better at learning the techniques. He's a young bloke. He's just, teenager, young teenager, he's just getting into the teenage years, as you can understand, that transition period. So yeah, but he's out there doing some work with his dad and his uncle, so which is good, because you got to learn responsibility. You've got to learn how to basically make a quid. Yes, I love smoked meat. Actually, my Polish mate, he does a lot of smoked stuff. He does a lot of hunting as well, but he's got his own smoker, which is really good. So sometimes get some really nice smoked salmon and other types of things from him, so which is really nice. Harry, why do some women seem to find high protein and medium fat diet makes their blood glucose go up? Women require a bit more fat than for their endocrine system than men in that regard, and also their hormones tend to be a bit more, but at the same time there are other dysregulations as well. So there can be these people can be still, in most cases, I find the ones that I've come across, I find that they still have some underlying insulin resistance that hasn't been resolved. And once they resolve that insulin resistance, whether it's environmental, I mean, if you're working in an environment, as an example, I'll give you an example. You're in an environment that's very moldy, or you're in an environment that's very basically like a lot of fumes and stuff like that. Those things will increase your insulin. So even though you may have the diet perfect, there may be other environmental factors that are pushing up your insulin and really preventing you from accessing fat from your body. And by doing that, you feel like shit, which is another problem, that can happen in that regard. So then you've got a sort of an energy deprivation type thing that actually happens as a consequence. So if you are insulin sensitive, if you're having more protein and you cut back on fat, you will lose body fat. You will lean out as a woman or as a man. But if you're not insulin sensitive, then things are not going to work very well. And you have to find out what is actually causing it. Whether, we know that some people, their blood pressure goes up when they consume coffee. It happens to Bart, and now that he was off the coffee for some time and then on the coffee, occasionally it hasn't really, he's actually normalized. So sometimes you have to do certain things to normalize things, like the boron thing, normalizing hormones, or doing certain things like a 3-day fast, with a water fast, that is, with basically forcing your body to become more insulin sensitive, and then making sure you keep away from anything sugary for some time. You don't even put in dairy. You just basically eat, broths and a bit of meat, and you keep the high ketosis. You allow your body to adjust over a couple of weeks, by being at a lower protein level, about the 20% and 80% fat. You allow your body to become fat adapted and adjusted. And once that happens, you can increase your protein levels. You can lower your fat and start losing body fat, because then you'll become both insulin sensitive and also you become fat adapted. So there's a lot of factors. A lot of people go into the carnivore diet. They're not completely fat adapted, or they're not completely basically insulin sensitive. They've got a lot of insulin, and it may not be only the diet, but also there may be some underlying health issues. There may be some underlying derangements that haven't been resolved completely, or environmental things that are affecting as well. So we know quite clearly there's good research. If you're in a city like, let's say, Mumbai or Shanghai, or where there's a lot of smog and a lot of environmental pollution around, your insulin can be high even if you're on a ketogenic or a very low carbohydrate diet, and feel like crap because you can't access fat, body fat. You have to get energy from somewhere. So there's a whole lot of different reasons why this happens. So, and usually most people don't, they say, oh, it doesn't work. They say too much protein, they say, or they say this sort of stuff, which is nonsense, because we know that people that basically don't have these issues, whether women or men, when they get on a high protein thing, they just lean out because they are fat adapted. They are fine. They can switch over very easily. People that are deranged for a whole lot of different reasons, you first have to fix the derangement before you start doing these higher protein type things. So yeah, it's a lot of that sort of stuff, and I do find that people have a lot of issues before, and they haven't resolved them properly. So it's a bit more complicated in that regard. I hope that sort of explains. I always ask a lot of questions, and even I say to people when they actually send me emails, tell me all your history, dietary, what's your environment like, any exposures or whatever. Why do I ask these things? Because there's a whole lot of factors that can be at play why things are not working properly. And once you actually fix those, magically things sort themselves out. Well, not magically, but you know what I mean. It's the Roy magic. Caffeine doesn't really affect me much at all. Neither me. I'm a fast metabolizer of caffeine. I can get rid of it out of the system. I can drink coffee all day and sleep like a baby. Yep, it's genetics. I have the same thing. It's basically the ability to metabolize very fast, and usually if you can do that, also you've got a strong endurance to alcohol, and I can testify to that as well. I could drink many people under the table. The only bitch that I can't is my younger sister. She seems to have even more endurance than me. She's a tiny little thing. She can drink even other men under the table. Her husband gave up a long time ago trying to compete on that level. So yes, yes, very much genetic. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or not, but I can tell you one thing. If you didn't have those genetics, you probably would drink less coffee and drink less alcohol, and it probably would be better for you. One glass. Can you remember that movie, that old pirate movie? The guy orders one beer, and they bring him this massive jug. They go, whoever doesn't drink in this pub, we'll cut their throat. And basically, he was trying to work out, where do I put it? Is that the sort of glass you're talking about, Dom? An Irish glass that never ends. I know the Irish glasses, they tend to be big things. Yes, just as bad as the Germans with their big glasses. I'm just having one small glass. Oh, yes. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I can be an absolute piss pot. Yes. yes, you still got some issues you're sorting out. That's why. Yes, there's still probably some where if I have any cheating or stuff like that, no issues whatsoever. But that's also because a lot of that's been fixed over the last decade. So it takes time. Kate, it takes time. Yeah, I find the same thing, Richard. If I eat a lot of eggs, it really suppresses my capacity to eat a lot of steak. So yeah, I find that same thing. I usually have the steak first, and then I'll have the eggs later. I don't know how that old man, that old geezer, could consume 25 eggs consistently, sometimes 30 eggs a day. Damn, would have been fucking hard. I can tell you that would have been fucking hard. I mean, 6.3 grams of protein, 25 eggs. It's 157.5. So, and sometimes 30, wasn't it? Sometimes 30 you'd have, because on average, it was 24 to 30. So 25. So sometimes when he had 30, how much would that be? Oh, wrong. Let me do that again. That was a bit of a fuck up on my part. Times 6.3. So 190 grams of protein. So he was getting the protein in massive. As you can see, and this person wasn't even a carnivore. He was an old geezer in a nursing home eating 25 to 30 eggs, so 160 grams of protein easy in a day just from the eggs. He'd have a few other things and all that. But it didn't affect him. He was perfect. He was really good health and all that. No osteoporosis, no sarcopenia, none of these other issues everybody else was suffering. Yes, nothing like protein to keep you vibrant in the old years. And he was 88. But they never did a follow-up, so I don't know how long he lived or what. He did outlive his parents. His mother at 76, his dad at 40. Apparently, they weren't sure, but it may be cardiovascular related. But it may not be, we're not talking about cardiovascular disease, but we're talking about, some of those other heart type diseases where you get like a viral type thing and can actually cause the heart to fail, stuff like that. So it's something along those lines. What do they call this? There's a certain diseases that people get where it damages their heart at a relatively younger age, rheumatic fever or stuff like that. Something along those lines probably knocked him off back then. Yeah, it's sort of trying to make those adjustments, Kate, and trying to make yourself a bit more fat adapted, and see how your ketones function and how they play, making those changes, like cut out all dairy, go 20%, go 80% fat, see what happens, do some fasting and then do that and see can you move the pin into the insulin sensitivity and see blood sugar come down and normalize and ketones sort of come into a nice normal range and where you feel energized and all that. If you get to that point and you do that for quite a few months, you will become very fat adapted. Then you can swing back and forward. You can have more protein and your body will swing back and forward beautifully. You won't even notice it. You won't feel, I do it and, I can check my ketones or that and it doesn't affect me. I can have some carbohydrates as a cheat day, as an example, and then the next day I'm in the low grade, or 2 days later I'm back to into having some level of ketones. But that's the sort of fat adaptation in that regard. So, yes. Yes, we all would have. As I said, I would have been like the Maasai, fighting lions. Now all I can do is caress a pussy. Weak. I'm the same, Harry. I don't lose weight no matter how much I try. If I drink coffee, stop coffee, and it falls off me without trying too much. Yeah, look, it's a lot of things that different people, because of genetics and a whole lot of things. So there's a lot of factors at play. I usually say just strip everything back and go to those sort of basic things. Get yourself insulin sensitive, get yourself fat adapted for a while, and then try bringing some things in. Your body may be able to handle them a bit better. There's a lot of adjustments. Remember, we weren't born in an ancestral diet. For most of our existence over multiple generations, even our family members that gave us birth, they were basically on a kibble diet. They were never in ketosis. So it's not hardwired in our genes. You look at the Maasai, when Mary actually checked them, they were all in this sort of 1 point something millimoles, every single one of them, consistently. Didn't matter what they ate, milk, whatever, that's got carbs. It didn't make any difference. They were in that consistent. They were well adapted. But some of the children that had gone to school and all that were starting to having issues, and they were noticing that, and they were probably less adapted. But they were the sort of the beginning of these issues, where we've had multiple generations. So, I'm not surprised some people have difficulties adapting, because they're far more damaged and also have a lot of genetics that are basically impeding certain pathways to function properly. So, yeah, it's a hard slog. That's the reality. And I always sometimes understand why some people revert back away from an ancestral diet. They say, I feel better. It's not they feel better. It's basically that they haven't been able to adapt properly. And then it's what their body knows and feels comfortable with, but it doesn't mean it's optimal, but then they never had somebody to coach them properly as well, which is the other side. So I don't sit there demonizing or blaming people, giving them a hard time. But when they actually make arguments that this is what we should be doing, then I do take them, I will argue with them, because, I won't allow them to basically try and undermine a species appropriate diet. But I understand why they fall into succumbing that way, because, of adaptation issues, just the way it is. Fluffy Robo, good to see you here. See, other people have different issues. Yeah, hindering weight loss. Yep, can, so you take it out. And even blood pressure, same thing. But then when Bart brought it back in, from what he told me, it didn't have the same effect. But he hasn't gone very hard on coffee again, so that may be a factor as well. So there's a lot of... So, yes. But it is a plant compound as well. So maybe it's not a good thing. Just because we've got some adaptation, which our ancestors didn't have. Yes. Doesn't mean it's absolutely good. It's good to hear you've got some good muscles, Kate. Oops. Oh, don't do that to me, StreamYard. Oh, God almighty. Just lost that other comment. Ain't that annoying? I thought it was keeping up. You guys are too fast for me. Fuck me. Okay, so I can't even find the damn thing. God. Trying to find the location. Fuck, is that how high I am? Good. Oh, there it is. So then some smug said, how behind back is Harry? Quite fucking behind. About halfway, I think. Add a bit more to that, Richard. Oh, God. So, still bodybuilding now, Carnivore, blah, blah, blah. Harry, is the body able to repair damaged receptors, e.g. insulin, leptin receptors, and are any supplements that help? Thinking my parents who find dietary changes difficult to maintain. See, that's always the difficult part. You know, there's no magic pill. The diet is very important. You know, sometimes some people my mouth's all going dry. Some people basically they have difficulty with dietary changes, and then maybe some. I mean, I actually got Dad before I got him back into meat. I actually got him some supplements. I actually went and found some bovine powders, which were grass-fed bovine powders, so they would have lower deuterium and they'd be less problematic. And I got him that. I encouraged him to eat a bit more fish, which was much easier to do, and with the protein powders and stuff like that, and some, getting a bit of dairy into him, a bit of that, a bit more cheese and stuff like that. So he was able to get a few of the fat-soluble vitamins and other things, supplementing with MK4 and things like that. Slowly but surely started improving his general functioning. But, when it comes to insulin, leptin receptors and sensitivity in that regard, you got to take the seed oils away and the refined sugars. And if you don't take those away, you got Buckley's chance altering anything. What can help slightly is if they're getting more satiety with more protein, and you're trying to encourage them to consume more protein, like protein shakes in the morning and stuff like that, that may blunt their appetite for sugar, and that may help slightly. So it's difficult, especially if they're hell-bent on eating crap. So not always difficult. It's quite difficult with older people that are set in their ways, believe me. Yes. Took me a while, but Dad saw my sort of results and sort of was convinced, looking at the importance and going, yeah, I'll give it a try, and then started seeing the improvements and going, this is actually working. I'm actually getting more muscular. I'm actually getting better. I feel better, stronger. And after that, yep, what else can I do was the question. And, sometimes I say it's like a gateway drug, to carnivory, and supplements, protein supplements, but good quality protein supplements, which are grass-fed bovine, and it's not the over ultra refined stuff No, I just get a proper protein, sort of bovine protein, a supplement which is grass fed. None of the isolates or anything like that. And in a smoothie and stuff like that, they get so tired here, and then they start seeing a bit muscle mass building, and they go, what else can I do? And then you can introduce a few other suggestions, because then there's a bit of confidence there that, this must be working. What else can I do that can even work better? So then you can actually slowly introduce other elements which are healthier, more species appropriate elements. You can start with fish, eggs, those sort of things which are less controversial. Certain cheeses, things like that. Less controversial things before we move on to the main course, meat. Yes, you know what I mean. It takes time. And then they're buying meat every day like my old man does. Anyway, all these people complaining about grey hair. At least you have hair. My hair is by Gillette. Nice one, JD. Very good point. And I'm highly allergic to permanent hair dye. It will kill me, so I have to deal with some grey hair. Unfortunately, zombie. That is actually there's actually a natural. I remember seeing a natural product. My sister talked about it. She gets into that sort of stuff. My younger sister. She used to be a vegetarian. Remember, the one that had asthma, doesn't. And there are some products where you can actually get them for grey hairs, where you can actually put them in, which are basically just plant type compounds and all that. I'll ask her, and I'll pin something. I don't know where you can get them in Australia, but I know where she got them in Greece. I just have to find out whether, just know what they are, and then I'll do a bit of a Google search and try and find them. Because sometimes, you can find them at specialty outlets, but sometimes it's very hard. She found it very hard to find certain things that she could find in Greece she couldn't find here. So, yes. You do nice and good. God. Okay, more about grey hairs here and all that. Okay. So, yep, and then we're pretty much back to here. Better make tractions. Yes, honey buns and salad boy. Yes, that. Good deuterium water. Oops. Bert, how are you, mate? Frank, through Nancy Pelosi's daughter, was out to kill him after a vegan event he went to, and she spoke to him. He was absolutely crazy about it. It was funny through. Okay. So still in his mad, crazed state. Doesn't surprise me. Yes, he is. Yeah, my longest fast was basically just slightly over 6 days. That's my longest fast. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I think at about 4 days, at about 80 hours is usually a good reset. You get a good level of autophagy, some stem cell activation, and some good reset of your immune type system. So I'll send Lukegear a link if he wants to come on. Up to him. If you don't, if you feel you can't be bothered, Lukey, don't worry about it. Do you want me to send you a link or not? It's up to you. I'll set you. If you feel like coming on, come on. If you don't, I'm easy. Told you, Roy was easy. He's really, he's in that really, I've stopped subscribing and ages ago when he actually attacked Bart, so I don't even follow anything. I haven't seen anything of his for donkey's years, for some time now, many a moons, let's put it that way. I don't, wish him any ill, ill, effects or whatever, but he really lost the plot. It's crazy to basically criticize people that live in places where I come from or Bart comes from, where it's all pastured animals. There is no, there's, basically it's too expensive to get grains. To bring grains to Tasmania or New Zealand to feed animals when there's so much grass around is very expensive. So they don't do it. We just don't do it. It's too expensive. So it's not economical. But in parts of northern Australia, it does happen a bit. But it's mainly low. It's domestic. It's not basically corn or anything like that, because we don't have corn subsidies or anything like that. It's primarily silage, leftovers. The sort of with some alfalfa and some other stuff that's grown and stuff like that and intermixed and all that. So it's a very much, it's not a low quality stuff necessarily. There's some hay in there as well, which probably is lower quality compared to grass itself, but it's not, like corn, or stuff like that. So it's not as bad, the feed, but it's cheap because it's all the leftovers that normally farmers would burn. Once they've cut the crop, they would burn the rest, all the stalks and all that. Now they just cut all the stalks up. They bundle them in packages and then send them to these companies that combine that with silage out of silos, all the leftovers on the ground. They mix it all up and create a feed for the animals, which would have ended up in landfill, but it doesn't. So, but that's because there's no subsidies for grains in Australia. So either so it's not economical. But in the US, it's probably the only country where grain is subsidized. And so there it's cheap enough to basically provide for a couple of months to fatten up animals because it's cheaper. It's just simple as that. On clear economics, you'd probably do it. Anybody would do it that's in that sort of business. But it doesn't happen in our part of the world because it just doesn't, because it's not economical. You've got too much grass. It's much cheaper, because to bring that stuff in from areas that produce grain, which is sort of in Western New South Wales and Southern Queensland, those sort of areas are the main grain producing parts of Australia. And there is a bit of it in Western Australia as well. And so that sort of stuff ends up in a lot of silage with combining and stuff like that, and the stalks and all that, the leftovers, and they create a sort of a product. Yeah, see you, Richard. Good night. So that's, and thanks for being here as well. Yeah, I can understand if you're struggling. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock over there. It's 9 o'clock here. So, yeah, Lukey's on. G'day, Lukey.
Good day.
Yeah, just saying, Vivid Mouse Richard, he's actually, it's 11 o'clock in New Zealand now, so they're 2 hours ahead from Australian Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah. So he definitely needs his, yes, he'll be shacking up with his woolly sheep. Won't you, Richard? A zombie. Excuses. Well, I actually didn't. I actually didn't think Frankie was intelligent at all. You know, after it, because I'd come across other people, which like the ancestral health symposium and the low carb down under and all these other things, and they were actually smart people and still are. And so as far as I was concerned, Frank was just basically, he was, you know, I was moving towards carnivore, came across him. He was entertaining. I would call him entertaining. Now he's just become, you know, very weird and he's gone off the reservation. He's just lost his marbles. And even his information, all that was just general stuff, you know, just general things. Oh, this is what these fat soluble vitamins do. This is what this does. These foods have this thing. These foods have that. But he still didn't basically understand a lot of complex physiology or complex things about ratios. He still believed in the omega-6, omega-3, BS ratio stuff and all sorts of other things like a lot of people do. So, you know, but when you go deep diving into these areas, you realize that, you know, people are talking crap because, you know, ancestral people, you take a look at populations like the Maasai, they consume no fish, zero. So where do they get their omega-3s? They get them directly from grass-fed animals. They get EPA and DHA. And the other pathway, all it does is convert the LA to arachidonic acid, and that's it. It's simple. You know, you leave that unimpeded. You don't have a conflict there because you're not consuming shit plants to try and convert ALA and compete with the LA. You don't have that's when you've got a problem. It's a plant-based diet. It's a plant-based or a modern kibble diet problem, not a problem of a species-appropriate diet. Even back in the 50s and all that, people were eating sufficient meat and quality meat because it wasn't as bad as it is today, and fish and seafood and stuff like that, and had no issues like that. And then nobody ever talked about you know, ratios in the 50s or 60s or essential fatty acid deficiencies or anything like that, or even had ailments of that sort. None whatsoever. It's a modern day kibble induced problem, and the ratios are just ridiculous. But the problem is a lot of people that had sort of very surface understanding of a lot of this sort of stuff jumped on those bandwagons and still say the same stuff even to this day. They haven't evolved or improved their depthness of understanding because they never really had the capacity the intellectual capacity, let's be honest. That's really what it is. You know, certain people can learn a certain level of stuff. You know, learning even deeper requires some intellectual capacity to do that. Simple as that. And some people don't have that. So they can end up as crackpots, and they can end up as, you know, really way out there people that don't entertain people anymore either. They just basically say bizarre things and people just sit there. I don't know. Maybe these people find that entertaining when he says bizarre things to them. Maybe. Who knows? Yes. But sadly, he lost it. All his conspiratorial bullshit attacks on other carnivores. He had a breakdown. Sad. Yeah, he's definitely lost the plot. Look, a lot of people, I mean, I always say, what is the plausibility of something? It's like the stuff that people talk about, the man-made, or the non-man-made. And I say, well, if it was man-made, it's a shit weaponized form. You gotta think logically. I mean, Saddam Hussein would have been turning in his grave saying, those guys are just fucking. You want to make chemical and biological weapons? Come and see me. I know how to really make them work very fast and kill a lot of people really fast, so we can take over their land. Those people had no fucking idea how to do it. He actually really knew. His people really knew how to make potent bio and chemical weapons that really did the job properly and quick. Cleared out his opponents very rapidly and allowed his troops to move in and take over. That's what these things do. That's what they're designed to do. So why would you bother trying to make something a bit more, it's like making the flu a bit worse. For what? It's going to affect your people as well, because eventually the world is interconnected. So what's the logic of that? It's just nonsense. There is, if you believe that, you'll believe in all sorts of things. And unfortunately, I don't know why people, and it's probably one. I mean, I didn't see the video. It's 3 months ago that I ever spoke to this guy. He hasn't had him on again. I don't think he's promoting those ideas generally, because I haven't heard them directly from his. It's sort of, I think he actually promoted it from what I've heard. I haven't seen the video. I'm going to see it this week. And if I think that, I'll comment, and I'll send Ivor basically a message and say, mate, not good, So that's my opinion on it anyway. Opinions on sweeteners, in particular erythritol and stevia combined. Look, stevia is a natural one. It's not too bad. No, Bjorn, that's not the bloody thing. No, that's crap. Completely disagree with it. People don't release those sort of things. Look, anybody can make any association after the fact. Most people traditionally, I mean, why would they do it for Hong Kong? Why wouldn't they do it for Wuhan? Oh, sorry. Why wouldn't they do it basically for, the Uyghurs? That's a much more dangerous group. Why wouldn't they do the same thing then for people like, the Tibetans? They're even a more dangerous group. Both those. It's just garbage. Please don't believe that sort of, just because the timeline and all that and association, it does not mean anything. Just because something, you have to think plausibility. That's not the reason. The Chinese would have moved in no matter what and undermined. They move in and actually could create concentration camps in parts of these other provinces and moved people in, and they don't give a shit. Do you think they would give a shit of covering up what they did in Hong Kong? They don't give a shit. They go into the South China Sea and they literally create their own islands and try to take over territory from other countries. They don't give a shit. They don't need any cover. They just do it because they can. So they don't, this is just, as I said, possibly an accident. Possibly, I've actually said, because I actually answered this question in my previous live stream, that the possibility is that either somebody basically found it, it was in that locality, because that locality also is where the SARS-1 existed as well, and SARS-1 is very similar to SARS-2, which is what COVID-19 is. It's basically very similar. So that doesn't surprise me that it mutated to this new form. Either that, or it's a mutated version where somebody got it, went to some distant village somewhere or some distant area, and then in that place it mutated, interacting with other animals, coming back into the human population that are, you know, close in that sort of wilderness type environments, and then eventually they found out about it, they isolated it, and then the technicians in the lab probably fucked up and, you know, and didn't actually follow proper containment procedures. It does happen. We've seen it happen in other parts of the world, even in countries like the US, Europe, and elsewhere, where containment procedures failed for whatever reason. So it's not the first time, it won't be the last time that this has happened in the history, but I definitely do not believe, I don't really, it don't really matter either way. It's still a weak virus. Exactly. The worldwide reaction is way overblown. Exactly. It's way overblown. It's basically just another coronavirus, like the flu is a coronavirus and many other coronaviruses, which are respiratory infections. Good vitamin D status usually deals with them. You don't need anything special, as my dear Mira, you know, took enough 3 doses of 10,000 IUs of injectable vitamin D and sorted out her problems in that regard. Now, whether the governments of the world, you know, used it because of poor epidemiological research, again, epidemiology, yeah, I know, from the UK that said, oh, this is going to be like a 1918. And they basically just made shit up and speculated. And governments, out of fear, just reacted, panicked. And then obviously, you know, other groups jumped on that bandwagon because they had vested interests. And my concern is that these governments are using this incident. They could have used any incident, but they're using this incident in order. I mean, if you take a look at history, they've used all sorts of incidents. You know, in Germany, the Nazis burnt down the Reichstag, accused the communists, and failed to even prove it in court, but basically were able to basically destroy democracy and create a dictatorship. So all sorts of groups will use different excuses and make up shit if they can, that they can trick people. They'll use diseases, they'll use calamities, they'll use all sorts of things. Cyclones happen. Oh, it's climate change, you know, even though it's just a fucking cyclone. No, it's that. So a lot of people will utilize it for their own nefarious reasons. But that's one thing, how people inappropriately exploit something that happens. And there's another thing to say that they basically deliberately engineered this. You know, it's too hard to do that and too hard to cover up. We know that even minor things eventually get out and there'll be a lot of payback. No, this is just fucking, you know, some either a fuck up at the facility or human error at a local level, and basically all that, or basically somebody in the region had it mutated, went into animals, came back into the humans, probably had some domesticated animals that got infected, then that person got infected from those domesticated animals, and then it went from there, and the rest is history. But that's how things happen. We're in an environment where we are not on a healthy diet and we don't have the robustness, and so we're much more vulnerable to a lot of diseases of that sort. And close proximity between animals, especially in parts of Asia where they keep a lot of animals together, different types of animals, it allows for far more biological exchange of viral and bacterial stuff, which makes them far more susceptible. Actually, people have done little experiments with those magnetic things and all that, and I think those people are just basically making up shit. There's a lot of, basically, if you go to the Skeptic Society of India, they actually demystify a lot of this sort of things, how people do put themselves on hooks or act as if they're magnetized or whatever. It's all fake and people can do it. And these skeptics actually show how they do it, and how these people like notoriety, like to, you know, they lie for a whole lot of reasons because their life's shit and they want to be noticed. You know, people do all sorts of crazy things to become noticed, you know. So it doesn't surprise me. At the end of the day, we still need to base ourselves on research, actual research, and actually be able to prove those sort of things. And when other scientists have looked at that, so what they say, there's nothing here. What are these people talking about? Are they on drugs or something? So Yeah, I don't believe any of that stuff. I look at the research and I know what basically, what actually, that's for you, Lukey, Brazilian badass in the house. I actually look at what really affects us in our environment, in that sense, and what is plausible and what can actually be proven. And a lot of people make a lot of claims and they can be pulled apart very easily. Problem is there's so much shit out there. It's so hard to basically combat so much of it. You know, if it sounds unlikely, it usually is. Yeah, exactly. Look, Amber, I like Paul Mason. I like Ivor as well. Don't get me wrong. I do. I just think that sometimes, you know, this guest in particular, I think I haven't seen the video yet. People have told me that this person is putting forward the idea of man-made, but then the same person said maybe it wasn't. You know, he sort of threw it out as a possibility. I don't think so, but that's my opinion, because as a bioweapon, it's useless. And why would you use it for there and not use it for other areas which are more contentious? You know, I mean, if I was going to use it, I wouldn't use it in Hong Kong. I'd use it as an excuse for the Uyghurs and say, oh, the reason we have to lock them all up is because for their safety, and put them in these concentration camps because they're all infected. So if you're going to do it anywhere, you do it there. You know, so yeah, it just doesn't hold water for me. It just sounds so unplausible, so ridiculous. And it's usually Westerners, idiots in the West, that basically come up with all these sort of bullshit. And especially some of it's coming out of intelligence forces. Since it's coming out of intelligence forces, would you believe it? Oh, yes. Saddam Hussein's got all these weapons of mass destruction and they found nothing, because he decommissioned everything because he was trying to get in their good books. And then when they still were screwing him because they wanted to get rid of him, that's why when he got nasty with them again, because he knew they were going to take him out, and he knew it. So that's, you know, but initially tried to play along and clear up his act. It's the same thing, you know, what happened to basically, you know, in Libya, Gaddafi. He basically said, revealed everything. He said, look, I've got all this sort of stuff. I'm going to get rid of it. And he did. And then they got rid of him. So when you do that, what message do you send to these dictators? Don't trust the West. They're going to screw you in the end. Don't play their game. You know, so that's what happens. You know, so you can't have it both ways, you know, in that regard. But yeah, that's another sort of on the side politics. But believe me that nah, I don't think so. I don't think that the actual, you know, if the Chinese, see, you have to understand, in China, you know, Hong Kong people think differently than people in mainland China. And I can tell you because I know Chinese people. My friend Ling, she's Hong Kong. She hates the Chinese. And the other thing that you need to understand is not all Chinese are the same. China is basically a multi-ethnic state, something that most people don't know. It's not. It's predominated by Han Chinese. It's like Europe. You know, Europe is probably politically dominated at this stage by Germany, but it's a multi-ethnic state. And that's how China, the difference is because the Indo-Europeans introduced the chariot to one of the Chinese kings who fought them, what happened was he was able to become the first emperor because the other ones were all foot soldiers. He had the chariot, and he was basically able to annihilate all his opponents and unify China. China would have ended up like Europe, you know, basically a whole lot of different groups, the Han Chinese, the sort of Mongol type Chinese, the Northeastern who are more related close to the Koreans rather than Chinese, Han, genetically speaking. So the Chinese are a multi-ethnic state of a lot of different racial groups. They call themselves all Chinese, but in reality, the Han Chinese are the dominant group to this day. And the Cantonese in the south hate the Han Chinese, I can tell you, with a vengeance, a bit like some people in the south of Europe hate the Germans. So let me put it this way. It's a multi-ethnic state, always has been, with one imperial, with the imperial families. So the reality is, when you ask the Han Chinese, they are very pro the party, very pro the system, because they saw benefits. They went from peasantry, had absolute abject poverty, and they're living beautiful lives. So they love, and they can still travel overseas and all that. They don't, as long as you follow the party line, and they're very nationalistic, where the Hong Kongs are very westernized, and the other Chinese view them as very decadent, very un-Chinese, very anti-nationalists and stuff like that, traitors to the Chinese cause and Chinese nation. So, I can tell you, the influence that the Hong Kong people have on the rest of China is absolutely minuscule. The party's got nothing to worry about. He could go in with the army, crush them completely. The only reason it doesn't do it is because there's a lot of financial interest still in China, and they wouldn't want to basically destroy completely that financial hub in that regard, because at some point they may not, slowly but surely, the decline of Hong Kong financially is shifting to Shanghai. And as that continues in the future, and Hong Kong becomes less of an important financial center, at that stage they may not worry about it, because the economic ramifications may be very minor to them, and then they can go in with a more heavy-handed approach. And they'll probably do something exactly what they did in places like those sort of areas amongst the Uyghurs in northwest China, and what they did to the Tibetans a number of decades earlier, they will eventually do to the Hong Kong people. So, and even a lot of Hong Kong people now are so fearful and scared, even the older people encouraging their young people not to protest and stuff like that. So even already, a lot of the people are changing their behaviors and all that. And I know that because Ling's got family over there, and she keeps in contact with her sisters and all that, and they talk about the psychology and what's happening in there. I've got direct knowledge of the place, so trust me on this. So I know what's happening. I don't talk out of my ass like many people do. The reality is the majority of Chinese are fanatically behind the Communist Party in China. They love what they're doing. They're building a strong China again, with a big navy, big air force, and expanding and making China great again. They love them. And the other nice thing about the Chinese system, it's got a decentralized management system, which means that they can always blame the local officials of not doing the right thing and imprison them and take action against them. And the center, like the old emperor, used to always take action against the local corrupt officials. And that is the psychology. They don't blame the Communist Party. You know who they blame? The local corrupt officials. They're not doing the right thing. And the central government has to come in and sort them out each time. You've got to understand the psychology. They have grown under an imperial system. All they have is a communist imperial system. It's the same thing. The government, it's just different people, but at the same sort of similar setup. It's like the Russians. They still believe in czars. They still follow czars. They had czars before. They had Stalin. He was another czar. And now they have Putin. He's another czar. They like strong men, strong czars, strong nationalist leaders. You go and ask the Russians. I mean, there are Russians that are living here in Australia, and they fucking love Putin and support him. You think it's ridiculous? The difference is most of these people won't openly say that to other people, but they'll say it to me because I'm their friend and I know what they're thinking. So, and what are they doing? They're watching, Russian TV. I'll go to their place and they're actually watching, directly beamed from Moscow. So That's I always get amused by a lot of people in the West, the way they think about these different populations until I tell them about how they really think. Because at the end of the day, take a look at Turkey. Turkey's a basket case. They're handing out bread. The government is handing out bread. That's how bad the economic situation is. But you know what? There's no rebellion. Nobody's rising up. They're very supportive of the government. They blame it. It's all the bad Westerners that are actually destroying Turkey, deliberately trying to undermine. And they're trying to start a Kurdish revolution. And we have to defend with this Islamic fascist sort of state. We have to defend the Turkish nation. So they're all behind the government. Even the opposition supports the same line. Even if Erdogan was to leave, the opposition would have to support the same line because there's a strong nationalist undertone that is pushing this. And that's how authoritarian regimes last for a very long time, because of strong nationalism. As long as they're keeping up, even when things really get bad, they have to really get, completely unhinged and falling apart before people eventually they're at the mercy. They've got nothing left, and then they have to act. But before that, they will support the regime nearly to the end. And you see it around the world every single time. It really has to unravel the system before people rebel against it. So, yeah, it's pretty much that is the reality. So I think a lot of people in the West have this delusion that everybody thinks the same like us in terms of democracy and freedom. I value my freedom, and I don't want the government telling me what to do. I believe in freedom and all that, but I've grown up in a culture that has taught me that. I'm that part of the culture. Large parts of the world don't have that culture. They love strong men that basically can deliver. So, that's the reality. So that's why I don't believe in a lot of these theories come from people that are outside these sort of societies. They don't understand them, and they think in their terms, how would our politicians, try and actually make themselves popular? They don't need to. They don't need to create all these strange, conspiratorial or generate all this sort of stuff. All they need to say is, I'm going to make China great. I'm going to build you a big air force, a big navy, and I'm going to basically squash all these old opponents that hated us and did us all this harm. And I'm going to make sure that you are great as a people. And they got a fucking flag wave like mad behind him. And that's the reality. So, I sometimes, I'm not shocked when I see these things in a number of countries that don't have a strong democratic tradition. I see where the people very easily can basically gravitate back to authoritarianism, very easy, because they've grown in an environment where they've lived very little under democracies or freedom societies. They don't even have strong values in that regard. And it's only when basically in our societies where we've had multiple generations living that tradition, that basically when we see some restrictions, we really get upset, because we've grown in we've got a completely different mindset. What do you think, Lukey, from your own experiences in your region?
Yeah, and I would say it's similar, and it's actually it's like something I actually have a decent amount of experience, I would say, with, because Brazil's democracy is really young, so I can see a lot of the issues you are talking about.
Yeah, you know that if you get a strong man there that tells them that they can save them, they'll basically jettison democracy the next day. Isn't that right?
Yes. It's the like a messiah or something.
Exactly.
Like that.
It's a messiah. Yeah. Well, it's basically because these populations had like kings and vassals for a very long time, and so they are used to this. They expect that these people will basically, all they need is a good king or a good leader or a good Führer or whatever. You know what I mean? They need that to save them in that regard.
Yes.
And it's very much a strong, I even see it in some European cultures where they have that from their tribal roots, like the Germanic tribes, the tribal roots, where strong leaders are venerated in a sense, and very easily, even after decades, because of those cultural weaknesses where Greeks, they hate governments. Generally, they're like the Americans. They hate governments, and basically they always untrusting of government. So it's a population that can never basically be, would never follow some leader in that regard, because it's never happened. You take a look in our history. We've had a few dictators that the kings have imposed. They've dismissed parliament and imposed, some sort of martial law for a period to stabilize things, and then they have another election, and then off we go again with elections every 3 years and one every year or whatever. But that's what, Oh, look, the Marxists did horrendous things in Russia. I agree with you, Bjorn, but the Nazis did horrendous things. Other fascists around the world did horrendous things. But as I said, these societies they are a totalitarian type, regimes, but there are cultural reasons why these totalitarian regimes emerge in these countries. It's not accidental. They've had a history of totalitarianism. The Tsars were totalitarian, feudal king lords that govern with great obedience from the population for a very long time. So basically all they did is they swapped one Tsar for the other, a political Tsar for a hereditary Tsar, but they still view them as strong Tsars. They, even Putin to this day is viewed in very similar, like a Tsar. If you take a look, he's in a palace. He walks like, the troops around him salute him and walk right and venerate him as if he was a Tsar. He's not, like a president in the US or a president in France or a prime minister somewhere is basically just, some guy that got elected and, does 3-year term, and that's it. In these societies, these people are seen as, great men, great statesmen of the nation, great leaders that must be obeyed and followed, that will save us, that will make our country great and all that. That's what they are, It's a cult of personality. And the cult of personality has existed way back. It sort of probably started, the first cult of personality was the, people like the early kings of Mesopotamia, people like the god kings of Egypt, the pharaohs. These were basically, again, personality cults. So personality cults have been around for a very, very long time. Even the Japanese, considered their emperor as a god on earth, until the Americans forced him to abdicate that thing and declare himself a mortal king, emperor. So, and that wasn't too long ago. I mean, but if you ask Japanese, a lot of Japanese still think he's godlike. The older in particular, you think, they still venerate him as basically, and are quite annoyed that the democracy doesn't give him more rights to actually have a stronger voice in the country. Because I know some Japanese people as well. So I know how they think. So when I hear this sort of stuff, I'm going, no. Actually, don't listen to the people that are talking this stuff. Actually go and talk to the actual people and ask them how they view these people. And you'll be shocked and surprised how they view them, the sort of language they use. Oh, the great leader. Oh, he's done all this and all that. You realize quite clearly how they're thinking, and you know it from yourself, Lukey, because, you live in a young democracy, and how people are always nostalgic for strong leaders. and always talking, they forget about all the bad things that happened with that leader, but they're always nostalgic and say, oh, that great leader, he did so many great things. It's like now the Stalin cult or the Mao cult in China. Oh, he was a great leader. They forget about all the killings and all that, but he saved Russia from the Germans. He did great things. He was a great leader. Or Mao, he was, he saved China from disintegration and all that. So there is a myth that actually, and these people basically forget about, because they never lived in that era, they never suffered, but they have this sort of, no different than the way people remember fondly the pharaohs of the past and still go and pray to their little tombs and stuff like that in those days back then. Same sort of thing. The concept of basically the common people, only in tribal society were we common people. Then for a very long time, we were brainwashed to believe in great leaders and great God-like leaders and kings and emperors. For a very long time, we were brainwashed. And it's only, the ancient Greeks were able to liberate themselves from that notion for their own, because of the topographical conditions and all that and the culture that existed that emerged in that area. Where you had less slaves, more citizens, you were dependent on actually the labor of those citizens and for the defense of the city-state. So as a consequence, citizens got more rights. And over time, kings and all that lost rights. And so the commons became much more powerful. But that's because of topographical conditions that created those conditions. And the rest is history, because, then it sort of spread around the world, a lot of these concepts. But societies have had these strong traditions, think like that. Societies that haven't had those traditions don't. For them, you even take a look at Singapore. It's a one-party state. Even though it's a democracy, officially like a Western-style democracy, they still vote for the same party every single year, as if it was a one-party state. And this is considered a sort of a liberal democracy, an Asian miracle, very much along. No, it's not. Culturally, it's completely different. Culturally, they believe in strong leaders, like in China. They got more in common culturally with Chinese and Russians and people like that than they have with basically Westerners. It's just the economics are very similar, but the culture is completely different. And that's why they still vote for the same party over and over again. It's not accidental, guys. These things are not accidental. And it's only now, in the very recent times, some of the younger people, because of the internet, they've been exposed to other ideas from other parts of the world. It's actually the thing that's actually transforming a lot of the young people to think in different ways in a lot of these countries, like Lukey and many others, is because they've been exposed to new ideas from other parts of the world, something that his parents, his grandparents or others would have never had the opportunity. That's what's changed their mindset. Their mindset has been changed specifically because they've been exposed to different ideas and different ways of viewing the world. And, that's why, while the internet is a beast where it does promote the corporate capitalists of, the tech giants and actually makes them a lot of profits and it gives them a lot of power. At the same time, it's also spread ideas that the elites don't really like, honestly. They don't like democracy and all that. They like to be able to control people, even in the Western countries. They want like them more regimented, obeying, obedient and all that, patriotic and being told what to do. That's what they mean by patriotism. The way I view patriotism is doing the right thing by your society, not by your elites. So they have a different concept, but the reality is that the internet is also putting out, it is it is a great liberator. It's actually opening the eyes of a lot of younger people in areas like Africa, Asia, and all sorts of parts of the world, and they are realizing that there are better ways of actually organizing society and living. They don't have to basically have the great leader tell them what to do every day, and and they're sick of it as well. They've realized, why should I live like this? Their parents were conditioned culturally to think like that. They now are exposed to new ideas, which is great. And I think that is the thing that's going to really change and transform a lot of the world. That's going to be very hard for the Chinese. That's why the Chinese have cut off the internet. They don't want their population to learn these new ideas and control. That's why they control it so well, for that particular reason, because they know that this cultural, what they call cultural imperialism. No, it's not. It's just young people in other countries that have got live differently, and can actually share their ideas and the way they live, and say, well, you don't have to live like that. And it's young people talking amongst themselves, which these elites cannot control as well. So it is a good thing. I mean, I'm not as pessimistic as some people when it comes to young people. There are things out there, yes, that are being manipulated by a number of different forces. But I mean, even the vegans, what are they? They're a blip. They're not even 1% of the population. They're nothing. They're an irrelevancy, really. Let's be honest. We like taking the shit out of them and piss out of them and all that, and giving them a bit of a whack over the head. But yes, the Greeks did figure out society 2,000 years ago. Yes, some great philosophers. But also there were topographical reasons for the reason why that happened. There are good reasons. Greeks also developed a lot of labor-saving devices. The reason why they developed the first analog computer, the astrolabe, was again, and other things like Heron developed steam, the steam engine, and a whole lot of other automatic devices. Algorithms were developed by Heron, they think. They're not sure. Some people say Heron used them, but he didn't invent algorithmic computations. But anyway, we'll give it to Heron because we don't know whether it was anyone else. And he basically had, puppetry that could actually do certain things in an automated way. They used the word automata, which is the word where automation comes from, automata, which is an ancient Greek word that they invented to explain how these things could autonomously move around and do things following algorithms. You walk in the temple and the doors would open because you'd press an activated, panel and stuff like that. So there was a lot of things like that. But when the Romans took over the Greek world, they banned all that. And people say, well, why would the Romans ban all that? They used the Greek military technology because, remember, they were buying even from Syracuse, where Archimedes had made a lot of military devices for the Roman army and many other Greek armies as well. He designed a lot of different weapons. But what they were against was labor-saving devices for one simple reason. They wanted labor-saving. They wanted to use the technology to build better weapons and other things, but they didn't want it in the production of things. It's because it would have devalued the value. See, in Greece, there were more citizens than slaves. So you needed to basically have labor-saving devices to be more productive. It's like our modern world. We've got less, like, why did we move low-cost things to China? Because basically they've got more labor, or they had then, and they could build things cheaper. We had a declining birth rate, lower labor capacity, so we had to automate more. Greeks did the same. It's out of necessity people do things, so it's not that they were special or anything like that. It's just out of necessity. We all came out of Africa in the end. But, and when the Romans took over, they deliberately stopped that because it would have devalued. They had all the senators had massive amounts of slaves from all the conquered lands. And so for them, it would have lowered the value of the slave. And they would have, it's like basically how, artificially today's elites keep up the stock market artificially with cheap credit and all that deliberately, not because they give a shit about the economy or the rest of the people, how they suffer and it crowds them out from accessing, cheaper housing and other things. They don't give a shit. They just want it all for themselves. Again, the senators, they want it all for themselves. If labor-saving devices were out there, the value of their slaves would go down. And that means their equity would go down. So they couldn't borrow as much on their capital, because remember, slaves were capital. So you could borrow money to do things. So you didn't want. So there are reasons why people do things. It's just one of those things. Yes. They stopped the Ottomans from expanding their empire. That's true. The Greek rebellion it's the reason why the Turks have never forgiven us for that to this day. It was sort of a big spanner in their works. There was a rebellion organized by a number of Western powers in the Balkans amongst the Slavs and all that, but it failed. But the Greeks decided to start their own rebellion in the south. And that wasn't the first one. There was actually quite a few that had proceeded before, but they were never supported by anyone, but they failed. But that one in 1821 didn't. It actually succeeded. And some of my great-grandfathers were part of that, Serpanos. They were called Panos then, and then they got the Sir from some British lord, and then they ended up with Serpanos as a nickname. Because, well, they were actually captains of one of the generals, the two generals. One was Karaskaki, who liberated Athens. So they were part of his, sort of captains of, parts of his forces. And so because they were pretty good, and there were some British and others who had volunteered to fight with the Greeks, they had actually seen my relatives being very heroic, and they started calling them Sir, and calling them, in a very, treating them with a high respect, because they were good warriors. And so then their name stuck as Serpanos. So we just don't use the I, we use the E, because in Greek it's an E, then it's just a language difference, and that's why it's written in a slightly different, rather than S-I-R, it's S-E-R. But the actual name of the family is Panos, but the Sir is a British adjunct to the name. So yes, it's a bit of family history on that regard. So I've even when a lot of people say, well, the bishop voluntarily blessed the weapons because Greeks wouldn't fight because you can't spill blood unless the gods or the bishop. Even in ancient Greek, the gods had to bless before you could go to war. So this is a Greek tradition. Even to very recent, even when we had like dictators like Metaxas or whatever, if he had opponents, they wouldn't kill them. They would send them into exile, internal exile on the islands or whatever, because again, you can't kill. You can only kill somebody in battle. It's against the faith, or it's even under orthodoxy, it's basically a crime that can't be forgiven because it's not in warfare where you're defending. So it's still a sin, but it's an excusable, forgivable sin, so to speak. But so there's all that sort of stuff. And my great-grandfathers were there, and they know that one of the rebel leaders put a gun to the stomach of the bishop and said, "You either bless them or we'll lever you," and he blessed them. Now, some people do say that Eron Patron Germanos basically wanted to them, but he was scared that the rest of the church would go against him and all that. So he was sort of hesitant, and then he was sort of forced because of his hesitancy that he really wanted to. That's why he was there. None of us will ever know. I only know what my family told me, what's gone through the generations and been told the stories. But as you know, stories can change a lot over generations. So, I don't say that I confirm that is the case, the way it actually played out. But, there are a lot of stories in regards to the actual rise. I know officially the church was not actually pro the rebellion because they were very cozy with the Ottomans. And it was actually the low clergy that actually joined the rebellion, many of them. So, and some of them even in my family side. So I know quite well. And there was one guy, Papa Flesses, who was a very big rebel leader. He actually fought one group so heroically. He'd fought a group that had come in from Egypt. And basically he was outnumbered something like 10 to 1 or whatever. And actually, before they killed him, they had actually sustained massive losses. After that, pretty much those forces were spent. They couldn't they literally had to withdraw out of those areas, and the rebellion had survived, so to speak. It was the last sort of try where the Ottomans brought in troops from all over different parts of the empire to try and actually defeat the Greeks, and they failed. And one of the key fighters in that war in the Peloponnese was basically Papaflessus, who was a priest who had taken off his robes and said, tear down churches and build schools to educate the young people. That was his motto. So he was a very, very enlightened priest and a rebellious priest. And for a long time, the church didn't sort of let's say they rehabilitated him later on. It's always political reasons for these things, but yes, but it's really interesting what happened. I think the biggest advantage that we got at the time was the British gave us a new type of cannon which they were using, and that gave us the upper hand pretty much in the sea, and basically we were able to take over the Aegean, take over parts of the Mediterranean, and pretty much after that it was all over Red Rover for the Ottomans. It was much easier to push them out of other parts because you could cut off the Bosphorus. So and that's basically just a strong naval tradition still there. And the majority of our naval tradition comes from the islands of the Aegean. It's still, to this day, most of the shipbuilding happens in those parts, and most of the people that are in the merchant navy come from those parts. So it's a very strong tradition. Not from my parts. We tend to have more of a land-based military tradition from where I come from.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, I didn't realise I was going to chat about my family and chat about my going all over the place. Anyway,
I have to say the history of the family name was pretty interesting.
Yes, I didn't think I'd even go into some of the politics. I tried to keep away from the politics as much as possible. I got to blame Bjorn and many others that dragged me into this sort of stuff.
I was trying not to feed up the debate, because then it would go on longer and stuff. Yeah, but Harry, I think I need to get leaving. I need to go to the gym.
Yeah, not a problem. I'm going to pull the plug as well in about 4 minutes. So, I'm just basically, just keeping to that. Anyway, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. If you get a chance next week, I'll see you then. I'll send you a link anyway for the live one.
Sure,
do you want me to? Or?
Oh, yeah, please do. Yeah, okay. And okay. I think a lot of people are waiting for that supposed Zoom meetup. So if you can get to organizing that.
Yeah. I'm planning. It's either going to be at the end of this month, or it's going to be basically. I just have to do a bit of an experiment to try and make sure that I can get it to work properly and I can see everybody and sort of when people are interacting, because otherwise we don't want to basically be just chaotic. Remember, this is the first time I'm doing this sort of thing. I've done small Zoom meetings like with 5 or 6 people or stuff like that, but never with a lot of people. And I need to make sure that we may have to do a bit of a test run and see how it goes. It's either going to work or it's going to be a disaster. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I will record it in that regard, and then I'll give you a link. You can download it. You can put it on Discord or stuff like that for other people to get access to if they want to. And then at some stage, I'll probably make it available, because there's going to be stuff that people talk about. Because sometimes I find the biggest problem with the questions on. It's very hard to cover everything properly.
Yes.
And you can only ask things in general, and you can only answer things in general. Where if you're with the person there and they're asking something, and then you can actually ask them back, to try and get more information from them to understand exactly, is it genetics? Is it certain lifestyle? Is it certain environmental? Is there what are the factors that could be at play? It makes it much easier. Well, I find anyway, in that regard. I've found that, I mean, I did initially, but then I realized that, it was just too much to try and do, when I was doing some free consultancies in the beginning, that I stopped them because it was just too much. It just not enough, too much time. I just, full-time work is very hard to do. But I actually got better results out of that because I was able to get interaction with the person, ask them questions, I'll write and back and forward, where now you sort of write a comment and then they'll reply and they go, oh, I didn't take that into consideration, or they didn't tell me about that thing. But I could have asked them right there. They would have told me, and then basically I would have said, okay, it's more likely this rather than that, because, once I've got more information, I can make a much better critical assessment of, somebody's circumstances and stuff like that. And then there's going to be stuff where, I've got a general opinion on ways of dealing with certain things, but at the same time, somebody may have certain experience and say, well, I've tried this and it's actually worked for me. Give it a try. And there's nothing, some things will not work for everyone, but sometimes, because we all come with different derangements. There are a lot of common derangements, because a lot are driven by just, insulin resistance, all these sort of things. But there are some specifics, which may be certain exposures, there may be environmental exposures, there may be some genetics, there may be certain differences. And when you ask people about their family history and stuff like that, they say, oh, I had an uncle that was a bit like that, or I had this thing. You go, okay, there's probably a genetic factor here as well at play. And, and sometimes you have to use a biohack because that it's over probably a couple of generations, and it's that genetic is sort of pronounced and very hard. You can't turn it off very easily. Yes. And so you can only basically sort of moderate the effects, sort of try and find a way of reducing the severity. You can't completely eliminate certain things sometimes, but even reducing the severity of something is better than nothing. So it's very hard when you're sort of interacting with just quick comments or emails in regards, because I'm sort of wondering, I need to ask all these other things, sort of, and it ends up becoming back and forth. And I just send sometimes a generic thing, and I'm not satisfied completely. Sometimes, that's enough for most people, but there's going to be one or two people that will come back to me multiple times and say, oh, that, and then they'll give me a bit more information, and then so that's the sort of thing that I'm looking at doing. We'll see how it goes.
Yes.
If can set something up like that, I don't want to actually just to be rotating around me either. Mm-hmm. I sort of want it to be where it's like a community thing where people can get together, and sometimes even without me having a Zoom session that I set up, and then people just come in and talk about their issues or whatever, and can talk about their carnivore problems, a bit like Discord, but actually a live thing where people are talking to themselves and can come and go and follow it and stuff like that, and we'll just record it and then put it up there. So there'll be a bit of that sort of stuff as well. So, but on the initial one, I want to be there.
All right. Yes, and like I told you before, I can definitely help you moderate as well. So the offer stands.
Exactly. See you, Shell.
Right, and I am. Yeah. Well, I need to get going myself. So
you go.
Nice to be here once again.
I'm about to go as well. We're 4 hours up, and as I said to the people, I would love to read the rest of their comments, but we'd be here for another 6, 7, 8 hours, and I need to get to sleep as well. It's 10 o'clock here, so and I've got a few things to do before I go to bed at about 11ish. So yes, I'm going to go right to the end. Oops, that one there. Oh, thanks, Shell. She blew us a kiss, both of us, you and me, Lukey. Good night as well, Shell. And thanks to everyone else as well. Yeah, I know, Alex. I know. You know, that was the Eurasian live stream. It went on forever. Yes, yes. I know. You're welcome, mate. As I said, you know, I'm always, you know, I like always discuss. You know, I don't get offended about it, and even controversial things. I like things being thrown at me because we need to discuss these things. If people are talking about them, you can have my opinion, whether you agree with me or not. You can't, we're not going to agree on everything. We're human. You know, we're going to have some different opinions on a few things, but you'll get my spin on things, and you'll compare and contrast with things and see what is mostly plausible and what's more likely to be the true case. We have to be very careful not to we can be very easily susceptible, and I used to do that a bit myself, where, you know, I saw, oh yeah, you know, like we have a tendency, we see one person do something wrong and we go, oh yeah, they're all the same, and so we're very easy to just accept, yep, they're going to be worse. And you know, so when we hear a rumor, yeah, that's definitely, but it may be just bullshit. So we have to be very sensitive to that, because it's in our nature to like to generalize. Since once we've got an opinion about someone, all we're doing is other people are confirming it for us with other things, which can be completely wrong or erroneous or lies or made up shit. And it's very easy, because I do it myself sometimes. You know about somebody's a nasty person, he's done something nasty, and then you hear something and they say, oh, that person is, you know, really like that, and you go, yeah, I can believe that. And then you go, and then I walk away and I go, why did I say that? But that's instinctively, subconsciously thinking without actually reflecting logically and saying, oh, is that really the case? Is he always, does he do everything? It may be the case, but is it necessarily? What's the evidence for that this person provided me? Provided me with no evidence. So we're very susceptible like that. We like to generalize. It's the reason why we generalize about people, racial groups, and all sorts of things. It's because it's easy to make our brains work like that. Even the smartest person can fall into that trap. You know, I do it, you know, because we like to generalize, because it's much easier to manage the world in our brain by generalizing. It's only when we meet people and then we realize, not every such and such person is the same. And then we have a different view of people. But most people like generalizing because it's simple, it's easy. And we're all slightly subconsciously lazy, and that's why we do it. And yeah. So always keep that in mind, that sometimes your own subconscious mind is deceiving you. You've got to always keep that in mind. Anyway, Loki, you better get going, boy.
Yes.
You've been here far too long. Thanks for being here, mate. Take care.
Always a pleasure. See you later, Harry. See you later, everyone. Stay well.
Anyway, it's finally yours truly, Roy. The Roy Show. Yes, yes, cooked. Yes. Get food out of my head. I need to go to bed. Yeah, Loki's always good value, and it always surprises me some of the insights he has at his very young age. I mean, even when I was his age in my 20s, I definitely didn't have half the brain. Yes, very bright young man, and I think he's a great value to our community. And I think that as he matures and gets older and learns and acquires, and he's got a good critical mind, which is good, very important. He just doesn't take things at face value, and we should never take things at face value. Even I make that mistake sometimes, and I curse myself and I go, fuck, Harry, you know, what's the evidence for that? You always have to question yourself. You know? Hey, there's a lot of truth. That's why I do it. It's you know, if I see somebody, you know, that is trying to improve themselves and doing the right thing. Why shouldn't I? You know, it would be wrong for me to say otherwise. He definitely is, Bjorn. He definitely is. Yes, I've got a sweet swap for him. Yeah, definitely. He's a good bloke. I like him. Definitely. I think that's to all of us. Thanks, Lukey. Get out of here, Lukey. Not for your ears. Yeah, I know. Yes. Why are you staying around? Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is, zombie. Yes. Anyway, I better get my beauty sleep. This old geezer needs to get in bed and cozy up with a pillow. Well, that's all he's got to cozy up at the moment. So, yes. So, I will see you lovely people next week. And I'm going to try and actually get a few good videos out tomorrow because I'm going to be at home. The weather doesn't look that flash, basically. So I've decided to basically go on a bender and try and make a couple of videos tomorrow. So you may see a lot of videos popping up left, right, and center on different subject matters and whatever else. So I'm actually going to, because I was supposed to do a couple of vegan ones and a couple of other ones this month as well. So I'll try and actually get a few of those out as well, the little short ones that I've been talking about. So I think I've made the playlist, haven't I? Have I? Can't remember. I'll take a look and put that together and try and get a bit of that stuff out as well. Got a couple there, one on protein, a few. I still haven't done those. I need to. So I've got a couple that are some that I've promised, some that I forgot about, and some that are just little wacky ones for the vegan kill cult. So I hope you find them interesting. So I'll try and pop a few out tomorrow. I think I may be able to get, with all the editing and stuff like that, probably about 4, maybe 5 if I get lucky. If it's less, shit happens. But I'm going to be aiming for about 4 or 5 little ones. And, maybe I even get lucky and actually produce even more. I don't know. I'm going to see how I'm going to do that. I do want to go through the myths and falsehoods. Try and get as many of those out because I've been promising that, and I know it's really important for some polemics. And I need to put some of that together. There's a whole lot of points I've got that we need some polemics. We need to cover those points. They keep on coming up. There's also one. What was the other one? There was another one. Anyway, tomorrow I'll try and remember it. It was something in the live stream in the previous one. So there's something that I did promise a long time ago but never delivered. So I'll have to do something for that as well. So whatever it was, I'll find out tomorrow. Anyway, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button as you exit out of this environment. I would have loved to appreciate that. Thanks, mate. And thanks for being here. And thanks, everyone, for your support. I do appreciate it very much. Take care, guys. Look after yourselves. Keep well. Enjoy life. And the company of your friends. Try not allowing the negativity out there to get you down too much. And also the polys trying to restrict our freedoms. We need to basically be vocal about it. These bastards, if they can take away rights, like even in Australia now, they're going, No, this is unacceptable. You arseholes need to basically pull your horns in, and we need to be more vocal about these sort of things. There's been a couple of protests in Hobart and a few other areas, but it's still low key at the moment. I think most people are still not, are still basically too feared of COVID. Fucking hell, it's a little virus. Take a bit of vitamin D. God almighty. You think it was the end of the world with some people, but that's the reality. But we need to exactly push back, definitely. It's very easy for the elites to take rights away from us. Very easy, guys, and we need to be very cognizant of that. And we need to basically push back. We need to complain and bitch and moan, send emails to our politicians and tell them why we're basically pissed off with them. Because the reality is, unless they fear that they may not get elected next time, or they may lose a percentage of the voters that may not give them the enough to swing, the swing voting part and all that. See, Sarah, that could be enough to basically, upset them. I see constantly when people make a lot of noise, politicians go running. They've got policies, like in Australia, they've got really strict policies on immigration, and they're already about to, jettison part of it for one family because there's so much sympathy in the community. Whatever your opinion on it, there's so much sympathy. We need to do the same thing when it comes to all these with our freedoms and all that. We need to basically make sure that they can hear us. They can fucking hear us, and and as long as they fear us and know that we can always take away their seat in Parliament, or president or whatever, depending on which country you're in, we need to make sure that they know that, and that we're serious. And get your family friends. I mean, I tell my family friends as well, and other people that are willing to just send to the politicians saying, well, what are you guys doing? It's about time you, sort it out, these sort of things. And the reality is, it's small steps. It's very hard to basically say to people, with all the fear that exists. So I use a different angle. I'll give you my angle. I know I'm going a bit over, but fuck it. I use a bit of a different angle. And I say to people, like in Australia, I say, well, we've closed the borders. Why are we allowing all these people to come in? I said, when we brought people over from China, we flew them. Harry's on my places to see. Yes, Hobart is a good place. You've seen I put the link on every one of my live streams. It's a beautiful place. And one was it, and pretty much had they basically sealed off the borders, brought people into Christmas Island, in certain other facilities and all that, kept them there, you wouldn't have to close all the economy. You just basically have international control to facilities and then allowing them back in the community once they didn't have anything, and you wouldn't have to lock up anyone at all had politicians got their act together. And they could still do it even now and allow the economy to function normally, and just control the inflow and outflow type thing, especially on an island continent like Australia, which is much easier. But did they do it? No, because they're a bunch of wankers, because, it's all about money. The federal government in Australia basically doesn't want to have to pay for it. And they go, since the states are covering some of the costs, and they're taking the flack for all the issues, but the reality is multiple generations, our children, grandchildren are going to be fucking paying these debts for multiple, for decades. When if they hadn't done something like that, the general economy would have never had to close down, would have never been under lockdown or whatever whatsoever. People would have been be able to move between states, do things normal, and just basically people would have come into a quarantine center. Once they passed that, they would have gone into the general population. Done. Even under their logic, which I disagree. The best way would just to go for herd immunity, give everyone vitamin D, and solved. that's what I would do. But we're going with their logic now, and even with their logic, they could have basically prevented this massive lockdown and the whole economy being basically bulldozed in such a way. And even though it's come back to some extent, it's all on funny money and credit, and somebody's going to have to pay for it in the long run, and long-term interest rates are going up. So there's going to be a lot of casualties down the track. My prediction about 2025 probably seems to be coming true for the big, they call it the big reset. I call it the big screw when it comes to the rest of us. Anyway, and I said that about a decade ago or more. So at about the time of the it was about 2006. This was before the financial crisis hit, and I was actually in Bali talking to my brother, Sean. He remembers. I said about a whole lot of things, and a few things were taking place. I thought at that time it was going to be a Great Depression right after that crisis that was coming. I was wrong. I didn't expect them to throw so much funny money in it, quantitative easement and stuff, doing things that never have been done in the history of economics. So I thought it was going to be a big fucking implosion. But then again, I was wrong. But now they've actually taken it way beyond the point where they can manage the stuff that's off the balance sheet, so to speak. There's far too much accumulated stuff in the central banks. And the reality is somebody needs to buy that debt, and investors will realize there's not much long-term. If basically too much indebtedness, you basically have no return long-term real. So yes, shit happens at some point. Yes. So it's not going to last forever. They never learn. They do it over and over again through history. And this time they thought that they could make magic called quantitative shit. But yes, even negative interest rates. Yes. It's a bizarre thing. Had they allowed the bankers to basically fail back then, fuck them. They made a mess of it. And basically just that $700 billion, had they just basically paid everybody, the community's debts off, the average American and all that, all the world economies would have recovered completely. We would have been right back to where we were in the 1940s. People that made the wealth should have been paid off, not the people that basically just benefit from other people's labor. And we basically would have done a complete reset without having to basically go through this horrendous crisis, and still we're in it. Just because equities for cheap, just because people with cheap money can push up equities, that's artificial. There's no real growth. There's no real, the buying power in the economy, of wages, everything stagnating. That's just artificial with cheap money. That's not going to last forever. So it's just a bullshit sort of state of affairs. And all they're doing is they push the can down the road, and they're going to create far more poverty than even the 1930s potentially. So yes, plan, I say to people, because the future isn't looking that bright, and we're heading to a very unstable world, a world of a multi-pole world of competing powers for economic supremacy, and everybody's indebted up to their eyeballs, and everybody's looking out for number one. Not looking good. And up until now, once the US lost this in the 70s, its dominance, in a sense that it had a surplus economy, and then depended on China, Japan, Germany predominantly, and the Arabs to basically shove money through Wall Street. So basically, even though the US had a deficit in industrial production and in a lot of other things in terms of trade, in capital trade, it had a surplus, and that sort of balanced out the things. But that means you can only go so far having foreign creditors recycling their money through Wall Street. at some point, there's not much return. They will look for other pastures. You're already seeing the Germans looking at China and elsewhere, other pastures. That's where the friction between US and China and Germany are happening as well. So the world is unraveling in a certain way, and it's not looking good, unfortunately. And we don't have any great leaders like Eisenhower, people, like Roosevelt or people like that. They don't exist. Statesmen like that can see forward and plan things and realize you have to do certain things. Today, so the political class today are all apparatchiks that have come out of university. They've been schooled in politics by their political masters, and then it's a gravy train for the boys and girls that work for these politicians. In the past, they used to come out of the community. They were farmers, workers, businessmen, lawyers, accountants, people that basically did real things, and they were part of the political class, and they came and they went. Now they come and they stay forever, and they recruit their own out of universities, and they've never had life experiences, and they've basically made them into their own image as a political elite who completely disconnected from the rest of society. I can understand why people have lost interest in voting in America by such a large margin. It doesn't surprise me. It's unfortunate that people are not more involved in these affairs, but it doesn't surprise me why it's happening in that regard. It's because people have lost faith in the system. That's why I say to guys, we need to be more proactive. We need to push back, and we need to make it quite clear, this sort of stuff is unacceptable. And if they want to do a reset, they should do a reset in the favor of the common people, because we didn't fuck up, they did. And they should be bailing us out, not themselves. And that's what they'll be doing. They'll be bailing out themselves and just impoverishing the rest of us. So keep that in mind. That they've done it before, and they'll do it again. Yes, and then they'll create a new enemy, and they'll tell you to go and fight that new enemy, because that will save you. Yes. So initially they'll screw you, and then they'll turn you into cannon fodder. Yes. How many times history repeats itself? It's so funny. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. It's 10:30. Fuck, I need to get to bed. See yous.